Welcome back. Before we begin our spooky adventure tonight, remember to like the video, subscribe to the channel, and share this video with other horror enthusiasts to give us more motivation. I'd love to know where you're watching from and what time it is. So leave a comment below and cheer me on YouTube. The guy at the gas station showed me a magic trick with a human tooth. 12 hours later, detectives were pulling pieces of someone's jawbone out of my parents' floor. That is not an exaggeration. That is word for word how it happened. You do not have to believe me. The cops barely did. And my therapist still thinks most of this is trauma distortion. But I know what I saw under that table. And I know what I heard when my knees hit the carpet. I am sending this to your channel because I do not know what else to do with it. You can call me whatever fake name you put in the title. I do not care. I just need someone to hear this who does not know my parents, who does not have to sit at that same table on holidays and pretend the new section of carpet feels normal under their feet. The night this started, I was not doing anything crazy or stupid. I was not breaking into abandoned buildings or playing with Ouija boards. I was getting off work and stopping for gas. I work nights at an urgent care out in Western Massachusetts. If you have ever been in one of those places after midnight, you know the vibe: dead fluorescent lights, stale coffee, the smell of bleach and sweat, and a waiting room TV playing some cable news channel on mute while a drunk guy bleeds on a paper gown. By 4 a.m, my eyes burn and my brain feels like it is humming at the same frequency as the lights. That night, my gas light had been on since around 2 a.m, and the last thing I wanted was to run out on one of those empty 2-lane roads surrounded by trees. So, same as always, I decided to hit the Shell station on the way home. If you live out here, you probably know the kind of place I am talking about. Huge, cracked parking lot that used to belong to something bigger. One sad row of pumps under a buzzing canopy. Inside, a bored zombie behind bulletproof glass selling cigarettes, scratch-offs, and coffee that tastes like hot dirt. The lot was basically empty when I pulled in. It usually is at that hour. One other car way off to the side. A dark blue sedan with its engine off and its windows so tinted they just looked like holes cut out of the night. I went in, paid cash like I always do, came back out, and started pumping. The cold bit through my scrubs. The pump clicked and clunked while the numbers climbed. It was one of those weirdly quiet moments where you can hear every tiny sound your own breathing. The hum of the sign. The whine of the motor inside the pump. That is when he walked around from the other side of the lot. I did not hear his car start. I did not see him pull up to another pump. 1 second it was just me and the wind and the ticking gas pump. The next second there was this guy in a Red Sox hoodie stepping into my space like we had shown up together. He was smiling. Too much for 4 a.m. Hands bare in the cold. Nails chewed down, knuckles cracked and raw. "Hey," he said, like we were already in the middle of a conversation. You want to see a magic trick if he had stopped right there? This would just be another story about some weirdo at a gas station. But he did not stop there. He reached into his pocket, and the thing he pulled out is the reason there is still this dark stain under my parents' dining room table. No matter how many times they changed the carpet. 1.1. After Boston, the shameful return. I still cannot walk past a gas pump without tasting blood in my mouth. That did not start in Boston. It started later, back here, in the quiet. But Boston is where everything that led up to it came loose. So I guess that is where I have to begin. Our apartment in the city was the size of a decent walk-in closet with a stove. When I first saw it, it looked romantic in a pathetic way. Brick outside, crooked hardwood floors, a view of a brick wall and the slice of sky above it. He called it our place so quickly it felt like a magic trick. We signed the lease 3 months into dating because he brought up numbers and budgets, and it just makes sense financially. And I was stupid enough to mistake a spreadsheet for stability. It did not take long for the fights to start. They never do. First, it was about dishes left in the sink, then about who used more hot water, then about how much I worked. I remember standing in that narrow galley kitchen at midnight in my scrubs, still smelling faintly of antiseptic and other people's blood, while he accused me of choosing work over us because I would not call off for some concert his friend had extra tickets to. He had a voice that got sharper the longer a fight went on, like a knife scraping a plate. Sometimes he would punch the wall just to make a point. Tiny craters bloomed in the drywall around the light switches like mold the night it ended. He punched the wall one more time, but his fist slipped and went straight through. There was this moment where we both just stared at the torn drywall and the empty space behind it. Like maybe there was going to be some answer in there. There was not. He said something about, "Look what you made me do," and I felt something inside me turn off, cleanly, like a switch. I did not shout. I did not cry. I walked to the closet, grabbed a roll of black trash bags, and started packing. It was 2 a.m. when I lugged the first bag down the narrow stairwell. The hallway smelled like old carpet cleaner and someone's burnt toast. The city outside was still awake in that way Boston always is, sirens far off. A drunk voice laughing too loud. A bus sighing at a stop. My car was parked 3 blocks away. Nose in along a curb lined with dirty snow. I made 3 trips, down and up, arms shaking, sweat cooling on the back of my neck even though the air hurt my ears. He called after me from the doorway once, voice soft, asking if we could just talk. I did not stop. The trash bag plastic bit into my hands. By the time I slammed the trunk shut on the last bag, my fingers were numb and my jaw hurt from clenching. I got in, started the engine, and put the car in drive without looking back up at the apartment windows. The drive west out of the city in the middle of the night feels like moving backwards through time. At first, the highway is all sodium orange light and green overhead signs, brake lights and headlights, and the soft white glare of 24-hour places. Then the exits start to stretch out. The buildings get shorter, then disappear. The glow behind you in the rearview mirror shrinks until it is just a faint haze on the horizon. I remember the sound of the tires changing. In the city, the road surface hums under you, constant but smooth. Out on the interstate, the noise changes every few miles as the pavement shifts from one kind of crack and patch job to another. You feel every expansion joint. The snowbanks on the sides of the road turned from black and gray to thick, untouched white. Each new mile marker felt less like progress and more like erasing a line of my life behind me. I turned the radio off after the first 40 minutes. Songs felt wrong. The silence inside the car was thick, padded by the low growl of the engine and the dull hiss of tires on cold asphalt. At some point, I realized my cheeks were wet. I do not remember crying. I just remember wiping my face with the back of my hand and tasting salt and cheap drugstore lipstick. By the time I took the exit from my parents' town, the sky was lightening just enough to turn the snow a blue-gray instead of black. Their road is one of those you do not notice until you live there, no name anyone remembers. Just a turn between 2 sagging mailboxes, plowed unevenly, lined with bare trees that lean in like they are whispering to each other. I had not driven it in months, but my hands turned the wheel automatically where they always had. Muscle memory is cruel like that. The house looked smaller than I remembered. Childhood homes always do. Split level, beige siding that could use a wash, roof patched in a few places where branches had come down in past storms. The front yard was a slab of frozen grass with 2 dark tire ruts cutting through where my dad had misjudged the driveway edge. The driveway itself was cracked so badly it looked like someone had drawn a map of rivers across it. The porch light was on, but it was one of those old bulbs that flickers and glows more yellow than white. It shone on a thin skin of ice on the concrete steps, on the condensation sweating down the inside of the storm door. For a second, I just sat there at the curb, engine idling, staring at that light like it was a stage spotlight, and I was about to walk into a play I had already forgotten the lines to. My key still worked. That somehow made me feel worse. The deadbolt turned the same way. The door stuck in the same place and needed that same hard shove with my shoulder to open. Warm air rolled out, smelling like coffee that had been left on too long and my mom's vanilla candles. They were half asleep. Of course. My mom appeared at the top of the stairs first, hair flat on one side, robe clutched tight around her. "You made it," she said, like I had just come in from a quick errand and not blown my life up. My dad stepped out of the dark bedroom behind her in old sweatpants and an undershirt, blinking like a confused bear. "You can crash here as long as you need," he said, trying for a joke. "We'll charge you rent in emotional labor only." I laughed because the alternative was collapsing on the floor. We did the awkward hug thing too tight, then too loose. They helped me drag a couple of bags in, but I left most of them in the trunk for tomorrow. The effort of lifting anything felt impossible at that point. My old bedroom had not changed as much as I thought it would. The posters were still up on the walls. Slightly peeled at the corners, bands I do not listen to anymore. A movie I barely remember. The same narrow twin bed with the same dent in the mattress where I used to sleep on my side. Curled into the wall. The same ceiling fan with one blade a different shade of white because my dad had to replace it after it cracked. The shame hit me hardest when I saw that ceiling fan. I had left this room at 18, convinced I was never coming back except to visit on holidays. Already packing my life in my head like a straight-line college. Job, city, apartment. Maybe something better after that. Instead, here I was, 20-something and crawling back into the same bed. The same sheets, the same 4 walls. Like nothing I had done out there mattered at all. Boston had always been loud, even at 3 in the morning. You could hear someone somewhere yelling, or laughing, or dropping something heavy. Sirens slid up and down the streets in the distance. Neighbors fought through thin walls, arguments bouncing around like trapped birds. Out here, the quiet felt aggressive, lying in that narrow bed, staring at the faint glow of the hallway nightlight bleeding under my door. I realized how many sounds I had forgotten this house had. The hot water heater in the basement ticked and thunked like someone knocking politely far below. The fridge in the kitchen cycled on with a low, rattling hum, then shuttered off with a small clank that echoed up the vents. The old bones of the house creaked as the temperature dropped. Wood contracting in slow pops and sighs. Every tiny noise felt like something moving. A snap in the wall made me imagine fingers pressing from the other quintanille of the drywall. A creak in the floorboards downstairs made a shadow in my mind stand up and take a step. I knew, logically, it was nothing. I knew this house had sounded like this since I was a kid. Knowing did not help. I told myself I was just out of practice with silence. At the clinic, nights are never really quiet. Machines beep and hiss. Nurses' shoes squeak on linoleum. Someone coughs. Someone cries. A TV mumbles endlessly somewhere, waiting room generic. I had not gone more than 30 seconds without some kind of human noise in the background for months. It is stupid, but part of me was almost looking forward to getting back to that noise. I had already talked to my old manager. She was excited to bring me back on as an overnight nurse. "We're always short on nights," she had said. "You're a lifesaver." I did not feel like much of a lifesaver, but the thought of fluorescent lights and the predictable beeping of machines felt safer than the way my parents' house breathed in the dark. Sometime after 2 in the morning, my body gave up on replaying the last few months, and I started to slip under. My muscles went heavy, thoughts blurring at the edges. The ceiling fan turned slowly above me with a faint whir and occasional click. I was right on that edge where sleep feels like falling. I could feel my heartbeat in my throat, in my fingertips. That is when I heard it. A metallic click from downstairs. Sharp, clean, unmistakable. The exact sound of a deadbolt turning. I lay there, eyes snapping open in the dark, breath held. For a second, there was nothing, just the echo of that sound in my memory. Then a second noise, a soft creak, long and low, wood rubbing on wood, like the front door easing open just enough to let a body through. Every hair on my arms stood up. I threw the covers back and swung my feet to the floor. The old boards cool under my soles. The house had gone deadly still. No fridge hum. No heater. No settling creaks. Just silence pressing against my eardrums. I cracked my bedroom door and listened. The hallway yawned empty. Shadows pooled at each end. My parents' door was closed. I padded down the hall, each step carefully placed to avoid the known squeaky spots. At the top of the stairs, I paused again, looking down into the darkness of the foyer. The faint glow from the digital clock on the microwave bled into the lower floor. Not enough to see details, just shapes. The outline of the front door was there, exactly where it should be. A darker rectangle set in dark wall. I went down, hand sliding along the banister. My heart was loud in my ears, louder than anything else. When I reached the foyer, I reached out and brushed my fingers over the door. The chain was still hooked. The deadbolt handle was in the locked position. I checked it twice, 3 times, feeling the cold metal under my skin. Nothing looked disturbed. The rug lay flat. The little table with the glass bowl of keys sat where it always had. My parents were still behind their closed door upstairs. I could hear my dad's soft, rumbling snore if I held my breath. I stood there in the dark and told myself I had imagined it, that the heater had made some new noise I was not used to anymore. That old houses click and sigh, and sometimes the brain fills in the blanks wrong. I went back upstairs, slid under the covers, and closed my eyes. It took me a long time to fall asleep again, and even as I did, the sound followed me down, the crisp, metallic click of a lock turning, all by itself, in the middle of the night. 1.2. Settling back. In the house at night, the first few days back blurred together in a slow, gray way that made it feel like time had thickened around the house. On paper, I was settling in. In reality, it felt more like being absorbed. I helped my mom with small things, the kinds of chores she used to nag me to do when I was a teenager, rinsing coffee grounds out of the machine, wiping down the counters, bringing boxes up from the basement she was finally going to go through. She would point at some half-forgotten pile and say, "You can decide what you want to keep from your old stuff." But most of it was just junk spiral notebooks with 3 pages of chemistry notes and a doodle, a shoebox full of ticket stubs, a stack of stretched-out sweaters. My dad took to watching daytime TV like it was his job. Game shows, cable news, reruns of sitcoms that had canned laughter pitched just a little too high. He would call into the kitchen, "You gotta see this." Whenever some idiot on a talk show did something particularly stupid, and I would lean in the doorway with a dish towel over my shoulder, pretending to be amused, in between. I sat at the small breakfast nook with my laptop open, scrolling through job postings until the listings blurred together. Urgent care RN, nights, ER tech, rotational shifts. The salaries were always just enough to dangle hope and never enough to feel secure. I clicked apply until my hands cramped, uploaded the same resume over and over, and tried not to think about how much I had in my checking account and how fast it was evaporating. The house itself seemed to be reintroducing itself to me in stages. When you grow up in a place, you stop really seeing it after a while. Coming back as an adult makes everything feel both smaller and more detailed. Like walking onto an old set and realizing how thin the walls really are. The front foyer is a narrow rectangle. As soon as you come through the door, there is a small wooden table on the right, the kind that wobbles if you lean on it. On top of it sits a thick glass bowl, slightly cloudy from years of fingerprints and dust, full of keys, car keys, spare house keys. A couple of mystery keys no one has labeled but no one throws out, just in case some forgotten lock still cares. Above the table hangs a mirror, framed in fake brass. It catches you immediately when you walk in, so you see yourself before you see the rest of the house. I have never liked that. Straight ahead from the foyer is the living room, but just off to the left, through a wide doorway with no door, is the dining room. It is probably the most formal room in the house, which is to say, it feels like a place where you are not supposed to exhale too loudly. The big wooden table dominates the middle, a heavy rectangular thing with carved legs and a surface that has been polished and repolished so many times. It has its own particular smell, lemon oil overlaid on old wood, and the faint, sour ghost of past dinners. There are 8 high-backed chairs around it, though I cannot remember the last time 8 people sat there at once. Against one wall stands a glass-fronted cabinet full of the good dishes, plates and glasses that only come out on holidays. Each one a little squeak of porcelain when the door opens. To the right of the foyer, a short hallway leads back toward the kitchen. Halfway down that hall, on the left, is the door to the basement. It is just a white-painted hollow core door, same as the closet. But it has a different weight in my mind, even closed. You can feel the temperature shift around it, like a draft coming off a body in a freezer. When you open it, the smell hits first damp concrete, old cardboard, the metallic tang of rust from the water heater and the furnace. It is the smell of everything the house does not want to deal with shoved under its skin. The stairs up to the bedrooms are narrow and steep, carpeted in a beige that has seen better days. They creak in 2 places, always the same spots. As a teenager, I learned which step to skip if I wanted to sneak out without waking my parents. That memory feels embarrassing now, given what I know about how sound carries in this house, how thin the barriers really are. A couple of days after I got back, my mom decided to show me something she was overly proud of, the way people show off a gadget from an infomercial. We were standing in the front yard while she checked the mail. It was late afternoon, sky washed out and low, the air damp enough to seep into your bones. Oh, and we did something smart after your cousin locked herself out last Christmas, she said, nodding toward the steps, in case you ever forget your key coming home from work. She crouched down between the two overgrown shrubs by the porch, the ones that had survived every attempt at trimming by becoming even more tangled, in the little strip of dirt between them and the bottom step. One brick sat just slightly crooked. She pried it up with her fingers, grunting softly, and beneath it was a cloudy plastic sandwich bag with something glinting inside. "Spare house key," she said, smiling like she had invented the concept. "You put it back exactly like this, brick on top, bag flat. You're golden." I forced a smile back. But my first thought was, everyone does this. Everyone hides their key under a mat, or in a fake rock, or under a brick. Every bored burglar in the world knows to check there first. Out loud, I just said, "Yeah, that's smart. I'll probably need it after night shifts." Because that was the truth. As much as my brain thought it was a terrible idea, the part of me that knew what it felt like to fumble for keys at 3 a.m, with hands numb from cold, and overtime liked the idea of a backup. Convenience wins most arguments, especially when you are exhausted. At night, the house changed. In the daytime, light came in uneven squares on the carpet and laminate floors, dust floating visibly through the beams. You could hear lawnmowers on other streets, the distant thump of a basketball, the rumble of UPS trucks. After 10 p.m, the outside world shrank away and the interior sounds stepped forward. I started spending more time alone in the kitchen with the lights off on purpose. Part of me wanted to map the soundscape of the house again, like relearning a language, sitting at the small table by the window with only the microwave clock glowing green. I listened. The wind had a particular way of rubbing itself against the windows here. When it hit the front of the house, the big bay window in the living room made a low, throaty moan if the gust was strong enough. On calmer nights, the bare branches of the maple tree out front tapped lightly against the glass in uneven rhythms, like fingernails pacing out an anxious thought. Farther away, when the air was very still, I could hear the highway, just a soft, steady hiss, like someone breathing through clenched teeth. It was comforting in a weird way, proof that somewhere beyond the black line of the trees, other people were still moving, still going somewhere. Sometimes, though, what I heard was not trees or traffic. Sometimes it was steps, not big, stomping boots, nothing dramatic, just soft, measured thuds across the wooden planks of the front porch, spaced out exactly like footsteps. They would start near the left side of the house and move across toward the front door, then stop, every time. My brain immediately pulled up a list of rational explanations. Raccoons, neighborhood cats, the wind jostling something loose under the siding. I told myself any of those things as I sat there in the dark, holding my breath, staring at the faint outline of the door in the next room. The porch light would sometimes flicker in response, turning the glass pane in the door into a pulsing rectangle of weak yellow. If I stood up and moved even a hand toward the light switch, the noises stopped. No last scuttle, no jump, just silence. Like whatever had been out there vanished as soon as it sensed attention. One night, a week or so after I came back, I made a late run to the grocery store. I had forgotten it was a Friday until I saw the parking lot full of teenagers' cars and middle-aged couples wandering under the fluorescent buzz. Inside, it smelled like warm bread and floor cleaner. I wandered the aisles with a basket I did not really need to fill, just to be in a place that was brightly lit and impersonal. By the time I checked out, the store had thinned out. The air outside felt colder than it had a few hours earlier, the moisture in it edging toward frost. I drove home mostly on autopilot, headlights carving the same curves they had when I was in high school, the same mailboxes, the same dumb plastic deer in someone's yard. When I pulled into our driveway, the house was dark. My parents go to bed early now, like old people in commercials. I realized halfway up the steps that my key was not in my coat pocket. I dug through my purse with fingers already going numb, came up with receipts and gum wrappers and everything except what I needed. The idea of going back out to the car and searching in the cold made something inside me curl up, so I sighed and crouched between the two shrubs. My jeans picked up damp from the ground as I pried up the loose brick, nails scraping on the rough edge. The plastic bag was there, foggy and cold to the touch. I slipped the key out, unlocked the door, stepped inside, and shut it quickly against the chill. The hall light burned my eyes for a second. I could see the glass bowl on the table, surfaces clean and familiar. It was the middle of the night. No one was up. In my head, I was already thinking about the groceries, the steps, the way my arms ached from carrying the bags. I locked the door with my left hand while my right still held the key. The deadbolt clicked, satisfying and solid. I remember thinking I will put the spare back as soon as I put these bags down. I put the bags down. I took off my shoes. I turned off the light. I went to the kitchen, sorted the cold stuff into the fridge, lined boxes up in the pantry. By the time I climbed the stairs, fingers still stiff from the cold, the spare key had fallen completely out of my head. In the morning, there was a knock on my bedroom door. Not the polite, light tap my mom uses. The firm, two-knuckle rap of my dad. I opened it to find him standing there in his weekend uniform flannel shirt. Socks, no shoes, holding the plastic bag with the key inside between his thumb and forefinger. "You forget something?" he asked, eyebrows raised. It took me a second to even register what I was looking at. My stomach gave a little drop. "Oh," I said. "Sorry. I was tired." He glanced down the hall toward the stairs, then back at me. "Well, try not to leave our front door key sitting out in the open." "Huh. Might as well put a sign on the lawn." He smiled when he said it, but there was an edge under it. "I won't." I said, "I'm sorry." After he walked away, I shut the door and leaned my forehead against it. I tried to replay the night in my head, the steps, the brick, the key, the lock, the groceries. I could clearly see myself locking the door with my left hand. I could not clearly see myself putting the key on the table instead of back under the brick. For the rest of the day, every time I passed the foyer, my eyes went straight to that little table, to the glass bowl full of keys. The spare was back where it belonged, sealed away like the whole thing's just a small lapse, no harm done. On another night, maybe 2 days later, I woke up with my throat painfully dry. The digital clock on my nightstand read 3:02 a.m. in harsh red numbers. The house felt especially quiet, like it was holding its breath. I dragged myself out of bed, the cold air slapping my bare arms awake, and padded down the hallway toward the stairs. The carpet chilled my feet, the railing smooth and familiar under my hand as I descended. No TV glow from the living room, No light under my parents' door, just darkness and the faint green blink of the microwave clock downstairs. I did not turn on any lights. I know that floor plan in the dark. My body can navigate it half asleep. In the kitchen, I opened a cabinet, grabbed a glass, and filled it from the tap. The water ran loud in the silence. I drank too fast, the cold burning all the way down. On my way back through the foyer, something caught my eye. Not a movement, just a shape that looked wrong. I stopped. Let my eyes adjust. The front door was a darker rectangle against the slightly lighter wall. I could see the outline of the deadbolt, the vertical line of the handle. Above it, the chain lock hung from its bracket. It should have been stretched across and hooked into the receiver plate on the doorframe, like it always was at night when my dad made his rounds. It was not. It dangled loose, the chain hanging straight down, the little metal slider resting halfway along its track. I stood there a long time, staring at it. My brain tried to rearrange the image into something normal. Maybe my dad forgot it tonight. Maybe my mom unhooked it to take the trash out before bed and never put it back. Maybe I had unhooked it at some point, and we all just assumed someone else fixed it. I reached out and touched it with one finger. The metal was cool, but not icy. It swayed slightly, the chain links whispering together with a soft, sliding clink that went straight down my spine. The sound triggered something in my head, like a replay button. I heard, in perfect clarity, that sliding clink from nights before, not in the kitchen, not upstairs, at the edge of sleep. Drifting in the walls, a chain being eased back, quietly, by someone who did not want it to make noise, in the morning, over coffee. I asked my parents, as casually as I could, if either of them had unhooked the chain during the night. My mom frowned. No. I went to bed around 10 and I know it was on then. I checked. My dad shook his head. I locked up like usual. Deadbolt, chain, back door, all of it. Why no reason? I lied. Maybe I bumped it. They went back to their mugs and the weather report, and I went back to my chair at the table, listening to the quiet clink of the spoon in my coffee as my hand shook just enough to make it tap the ceramic. From that night on, every time I heard a sliding chain in a movie or a key turning, my chest tightened. In the dark, half asleep, the faintest scrape of metal against metal in this house started to sound less like hardware and more like someone else's hands. 1.3. Back to the night shift. Getting my old job back at the urgent care felt, at first, like the one thing in my life that still made sense. My former manager called me a gift from God on the phone, which was a little dramatic, but I understood what she meant. Night nurses are hard to keep. Nobody wants to live under fluorescent lights and caffeine forever. I had already proven I could, and would. When I walked back through those sliding glass doors on my first night, the smell hit me before anything else antiseptic. Hand sanitizer, cheap coffee, and that faint undercurrent of human funk you never quite scrub out of a place that sees as many bodies as we do. The reception desk looked exactly the same, cluttered with pens on chains and crumpled forms. The chairs in the waiting room were still that sickly blue color that never looks clean no matter how often you wipe it down. The TV on the wall was playing some late-night news anchor silently mouthing doom, while closed captions struggled to keep up. My coworkers did that thing where they act half surprised and half like they expected you all along. "Look who crawled back," Jasmine said. giving me a hug that smelled like laundry detergent and the cinnamon gum she always chews. "Couldn't stay away from us freaks," Marco added from behind the triage desk, his hair more gray at the temples than when I left. It felt almost normal, standing there in my scrubs with my badge clipped to my chest again. For about 5 minutes, I could pretend the last few months had just been an ugly dream, and I was waking up in the life I meant to keep. Then I saw the schedule. Row after row of my name in the night columns, midnight to 8, 10 to 6, every Friday, Saturday, Sunday over the next month. There were a couple of random weekdays sprinkled in for variety, I guess. But my box was always on the latest part of the grid. Everyone else had bright little daytime shifts, neat blocks that started at 8 or noon. Sorry. My manager said when she caught my expression, "You know how it is. You're our night warrior." She smiled like that was a compliment and not a sentence. My body remembered the rhythm quicker than my mind did. Within a week, my sleep schedule flipped. I started crawling into bed sometime between 9 and 10 in the morning, the sunlight knifing through the curtains into my room, making it feel like I was trying to sleep in the wrong dimension. I would nap until mid-afternoon, stumble downstairs in old pajama pants for coffee while my mom and dad were watching Judge Judy or the weather, and then drift around the house like a ghost until it was time to shower, pull on scrubs, and head out again. My meals stopped matching clock time. Breakfast might be a slice of leftover pizza at 2 in the afternoon. Lunch might be crackers and peanut butter gulped down in the break room at 2:30 a.m. My biggest meal, my dinner, started happening around 4 in the morning, after my shift, when most people were just starting to stir in their houses. My parents struggled with the schedule like it was an intruder in their own routine. They are morning people now, coffee at 6, news at 7, errands by 9, both yawning by 9 p.m. The sounds of me moving at odd hours, door opening at 11 at night, stairs creaking at midnight, microwave beeping at 3 in the morning seemed to bother the house as much as it bothered them. The first night I left for work in full dark. My mom stood in the foyer in her slippers, tying her robe tighter. "You text me when you get there," she said, "and when you leave, and if you stop anywhere." "That's a lot of texting," I told her, trying to make it sound like a joke. "I'm serious," she said. "Things happen at night." She was right. She just did not know which things yet. The drive from the clinic to home is only 15 minutes if you catch the lights. In the daytime, it is nothing a couple of intersections, a strip mall, a small bridge over a creek no one talks about, then a long 2-lane stretch lined with modest houses and mailboxes leaning at different angles. At 3, 4 in the morning, it feels like the longest road in the world. The trees on either side grow closer in the dark, branches knitting together overhead like ribs. Houses that look friendly enough in sunlight turn into blank-faced shapes behind bare shrubs. Mailboxes become little gravestones flashing past in my headlights. Some nights, I could drive the entire way without seeing a single other car. No headlights behind me. No faint glow of taillights ahead. Just my own beams and the strip of road they carved out of the black. There is something about being the only moving thing in a landscape that makes every sound louder. The drone of the engine, the whisper of tires, the little rattles from the glove compartment. It all starts to feel exposed, like sound thrown too far with nowhere else to land. On my second week back, I fell into a ritual that, at the time, felt like a comfort. On the way home from a night shift, especially on the nights that wrung me out completely, I would stop at the Shell station off the main road. You know the type. From the highway, it is just a big, washed-out sign with the logo and the gas prices that are always a little too high, buzzing faintly against the sky. When you turn off and pull in, you realize how big and empty the lot actually is, a wide, cracked expanse of asphalt scarred with oil stains and old tire marks, with maybe 1 or 2 cars in it at best. The canopy over the pumps is lined with fluorescent tubes that hum and flicker, like they are not entirely sure how much longer they want to exist. One corner always seems darker than the rest, like the light cannot quite reach. Out front, near the entrance, stands an old ice freezer, the kind with a glass top and big blue letters just starting to peel ice. Its compressor kicks on and off at random, adding its own high, whining note to the chorus of buzzing lights and the low growl of the cooler inside every time the door opens. Inside the building, the same cashier always seemed to be on when I stopped. Late 30s, maybe. The kind of tired that does not care what time it is. He flipped through his phone when no one was there, occasionally glancing up when the door chimed that little electronic ding. He recognized me after a few visits. We never exchanged much more than a nod and a hey, but that familiarity became part of the ritual too. The sound of the place stitched itself into my brain, the whine of the pumps as they sucked gas from underground, the sharp clicks when the nozzles started and stopped, the soft thunk of the cooler door closing after someone grabbed a drink, the occasional hiss of the automatic doors when someone went in or out. All of it echoed in the huge, mostly empty lot, bouncing off the blank face of the convenience store and the dark beyond. One night, it must have been close to 4 in the morning, I pulled in half on autopilot, the low fuel light glaring at me like an accusation. The lot was empty in that way that feels deliberate, no other cars. No trucks pulled over to nap. Just the neon sign and my headlights cutting across faded parking lines. I chose a pump near the middle, more out of habit than strategy, killed the engine, and stepped out. The air hit me like a slap, the sort of cold that feels dry and sharp, like you are inhaling ground glass. I jammed my hands into my coat pockets as I walked toward the building to pay. Inside, the cashier barely looked up as I slid a 20 under the glass. "Pump 3, I said. He punched some buttons. The register beeped. The receipt printed with a little ripping noise. "Have a good one," he muttered. "Yeah," I lied, and went back out. Under the canopy, the pump waited. I slid the nozzle into the tank, hit the lever, heard the mechanical clack as it engaged. The hose jerked once, then settled as the numbers started climbing on the display. For a moment, I just stood there, watching the digits roll. The station lights hummed overhead. Somewhere behind the building, a metal panel rattled in the wind. A loose, irregular clatter. That is when I heard it, a sound just behind me, just off to my right, a scraping noise. Not loud, but very distinct, the dull drag of rubber on pavement. It sounded exactly like the back of someone's shoe scuffing as they pivoted their foot, like a sneaker catching on rough ground. Every muscle in my back tightened. I felt the cold differently suddenly, more like water poured down my spine. For a second, I did not move at all. I listened. Nothing. The pumps whined. The lights buzzed. Somewhere, the ice freezer compressor kicked on with a high, thin whine. I turned my head slowly, then my shoulders, half expecting to see someone standing right behind me. There was no one. The lot stretched out in all directions. Empty. The entrance to the store was still, its glass door reflecting only my own hunched shape. The only other thing with any physical presence was a car parked way off in the far corner of the lot. Nose pointed toward the road. A dark blue sedan. It sat there with its engine off. No lights on. Interior completely black. From where I stood, I could not see anyone in the driver's seat, or any movement inside at all. It could have been abandoned, or occupied by someone sitting very, very still. Something about the shape of it in the dark made my skin crawl. It was not even a specific detail at first, just the way it sat. Too far from the pumps to be waiting, too alone to be casual. The pump handle clicked once, a warning that the tank was nearly full, breaking my staring contest with the car. I pulled the nozzle out with fingers that suddenly felt clumsy, racked it, and screwed the gas cap back on. I told myself I was being ridiculous. It was just a car. This was a gas station. Cars existed here. That was literally the point. Still, as I got back into my own car and locked the doors, my eyes went back to that sedan. I watched it in the rearview mirror as I pulled out of the lot. It did not move. It was just a shape among other shapes, shrinking in the mirror. A few nights later, at work, I was in the break room nuking a cup of instant ramen at 3:30 in the morning. The staff room TV was mounted high on the wall, usually playing something low and ignorable local news, an old sitcom, whatever the last person left on. Beneath it, on a separate shelf, was the security monitor, 4 small black and white feeds showing the front desk, the hallway, the side entrance, and the parking lot. I was half leaning against the counter, half holding my eyes open with caffeine when a movement on the parking lot feed caught my attention. It was nothing dramatic, just headlights sliding into frame and then cutting off. My eyes drifted up, and for a second I forgot about the ramen entirely. The grainy camera showed our little lot 6 spaces, 2 occupied by staff cars I recognized, salt stains crusted along the edges of the blacktop. At the far edge of the frame, just beyond the halo of the overhead light, sat another car that had not been there a moment before. A dark blue sedan. No headlights. Engine idling. If the faint heat shimmer in front of the grille was anything to go by, the windows were too dark on the monitor to see inside. Just blocks of black where glass should have been. I glanced at the clock on the microwave. 3:40 a.m. The exact time I usually clocked out. On the screen, the sedan did not move. It just sat there in the shadows across the street from the urgent care, like it was not quite ready to commit to coming any closer. 2.1. Life under fluorescent lights. If my parents' house is all soft shadows and creaks, the urgent care at night is the exact opposite. It is like living inside a humming, buzzing wound that never quite closes. By the second week back on nights, the lobby's automatic doors had already started to feel like a mouth. They slide open with that soft hydraulic whoosh. Inhale whoever stumbles in off the dark, and then swallow them into the too bright interior, while the outside goes back to being a black, indifferent wall. The coffee in the break room never changes. It is always too strong and somehow still tastes weak, burnt around the edges like someone tried to brew it over a campfire. It comes out of a stained pot into styrofoam cups, and no matter what flavor of powdered creamer you dump in there, it still tastes like hot cardboard with a caffeine aftertaste. The vending machine against the far wall hums steadily, louder than it needs to, its little fluorescent tube making the chips and candy bars look faded and sad. Sometimes it clicks loudly, like it is clearing its throat. The TV in the waiting room might as well be part of the architecture. It is bolted high in one corner, always tuned to something nobody asked for. Around midnight, it is a cable news channel with scrolling red banners about disasters somewhere else. Around 2 a.m., it quietly morphs into an infomercial about knives that can cut through pennies, or miracle pans nothing sticks to. The volume is usually low enough that the vowels just smear into a soft, meaningless murmur behind the more urgent noises, beeps, footsteps, the occasional shout. The nights have their own cast of characters. They rotate in a strange rhythm that you only notice if you work enough shifts in a row. There is the bar fight regular mid-30s, swollen knuckles, a split lip that never had time to fully heal from the last time. He shows up with the same half-apologetic grin, smelling like spilled beer and old sweat, insisting it is no big deal even as blood seeps through the dish towel he pressed to his eyebrow. There are the drunk drivers escorted in by cops, eyes glassy, movements too loose. The cops stand with their arms crossed, belts creaking, radios crackling occasionally with other people's bad decisions. The breathalyzer sits on the counter like a totem. Sometimes the driver cries. Sometimes they get angry. Sometimes they throw up in the biohazard bag. There are the anxious chest pain walk-ins, middle-aged people clutching their sternums, eyes wide, whispering words like heart attack and clot. Half the time it is reflux, panic, or a pulled muscle. We treat them all like it could be the worst, because sometimes it is. The monitor clips onto their finger. The blood pressure cuff hugs their arm, and the machines give us their verdict one beep at a time. There is the old man who comes in at least once a month, convinced he is dying. His name is Harold, but everyone calls him Mr. H. He shuffles in wearing slippers and an oversized coat, pale blue eyes already wet with tears. He lists off symptoms that sound like the side effects of the medications he is already on. Sometimes he falls asleep in the waiting room before we can even triage him. The TV flickering light across his slack face. The sounds are what stitch the place together. Electronic beeps in different pitches, sharp single chimes for vitals, steady patterns for heart monitors, the occasional shrill alarm when somebody forgets to silence a machine before disconnecting it. The automatic doors at the front go whoosh, whoosh, whoosh as people enter and leave, gusts of cold air blowing in and breaking the stale temperature just long enough to feel like something alive has passed through. The stiff paper on the exam tables crinkles under people shifting their weight. The sound always just a little too loud for the size of the room. Inside, everything is overlit. The fluorescent tubes wash every surface the same sickly shade of pale, wiping out shadows and making everyone look at least 10% more dead. The hallway floors shine white and waxed, reflecting blobs of color from scrubs and shoes. Our faces in the reflective surfaces of cabinet doors and monitor screens look like masks we forgot how to take off. Outside, through the glass double doors at the entrance, it is the opposite, a thick black void. The parking lot lights do what they can, but beyond that pale yellow circle, every direction is just nothing. No depth, no detail. Like the world ends abruptly at the edge of the concrete. On windy nights, stray leaves blow past that black rectangle of glass with a faint scraping sound, and it looks like something is trying to crawl in. We fill that glowing box with small talk and dark humor to keep the void from pressing too close. One night around 2, the waiting room was empty for once. The TV was pushing some gadget that promised to slice every vegetable in your kitchen into neat cubes. Jasmine was leaning on the reception desk, blowing a bubble with her gum, when she said, "You ever get creeped out walking to your car here?" I glanced at the front doors, at the patch of black beyond the glass. Constantly, No, like seriously, she said. Couple weeks ago, there was this dude just standing out there. Marco, charting at the computer. Snorted. There's always this dude in your stories. I am telling you, she insisted. He wasn't a patient, just a guy. He stood by the edge of the lot, by that busted light, and stared at the building. 20 minutes. At least. Didn't move. I kept checking the cameras, hoping he'd go away. Did you call security? I asked. She shrugged. By the time I got freaked enough to say something, he was already gone. Like, 1 second he was there. The next she snapped her fingers on nothing. Marco rolled his chair back, stretching until his spine cracked audibly, probably waiting for somebody in the back, or for a ride. People stand weird when they're cold. Cold doesn't make you stare at a building like you're trying to set it on fire with your mind, Jasmine muttered. Later that same week, during a lull around 3 a.m., I was in the triage room with another nurse, Kelsey. We were restocking the little drawers with alcohol pads, Band-Aids, and latex-free gloves, fingers moving automatically through motions we had done 1,000 times. You hear about the guy in the blue car? She asked, like she was asking about a new brand of disinfectant. I glanced over. What guy? She nudged one of the drawers closed with her hip. Weird guy. Dark blue sedan. Our security guard saw him in the lot last month. Said he rolled in, parked way at the back, and just sat there with his lights off. Stared at the front doors. When the guard went out to ask if he needed anything, he drove off, slow, like he was thinking about it. Thinking about what? She made a face. No, I don't know. Coming in, not coming in. Whatever creeps think about at 3 a.m. I shrugged, tried to look casual, but mentally I noted the details. Weird guy, blue car, lights off, parking far away. The image slotted neatly next to the memory of that dark sedan at the Shell station, the one that had sat too still in the far corner of the lot. Lots of weirdos out, Marco said from the doorway, having apparently heard just enough to contribute. It's night shift. Comes with the territory. He was right, in a way. Working nights warps your scale of what counts as normal. You see so many odd, sad, broken things between midnight and dawn that it becomes hard to tell which ones matter. So I did what I always do when something makes the hair on my arms stand up but does not quite tip into panic. I filed it away. I shrugged it off outwardly. Let the conversation drift back to petty complaints about charting and how the vending machine ate someone's dollar. But the details stayed. Blue car. Lights off. Staring. That night, the patients came in waves again. A teenager with a sprained ankle from a late basketball game, hopping and grimacing as his mom fretted. A woman with a pounding migraine, sunglasses still on inside despite the fluorescence. A guy with a cut hand from slicing limes at the bar where he worked. The usual parade. By the time my shift was over, it was a little after 4. The lobby was almost empty, just Mr. H snoring softly in a chair, waiting for his last round of vitals. Jasmine gave me a lazy 2-finger salute from behind the desk. Text when you get home, she said. I will. I lied again, because I forget as often as I remember. The automatic doors parted for me with their sigh. The cold outside was knife-sharp, biting any exposed skin. My breath came out in short white bursts. The parking lot lights cast everything in a grainy yellow. My footsteps echoed more than they should have on the concrete. Each heel strike and toe roll sounding like it belonged in an empty parking garage instead of this small lot. The sound of my car unlocking a quick chirp and flash of headlights made me flinch, like someone had shouted my name. I did a quick scan out of habit, eyes sweeping from one end of the lot to the other. Only the staff cars. Lined up in their spots, Jasmine's small hatchback, Marco's beat-up pickup, my compact. No blue sedan, no shadow lingering at the edges. Still, the black beyond the reach of the lot lights felt thick, like water just out of floodlights' reach. I could not see anything past it. I knew there were houses and streets and eventually the highway out there. But from where I stood, it all might as well have been a solid wall. I walked faster than I needed to toward my car. The keys bit into my palm where I gripped them too tightly. The wind found the gap at the back of my neck and slid icy fingers down my spine. When I got to my car, I reached for the driver's side handle and froze. There was something tucked under my windshield wiper. At first glance, it looked like just a scrap of paper white, folded once, edges fluttering slightly in the breeze. For a second, I thought it might be some flyer someone had stuck on every car. A coupon. Something annoying but harmless. Then my chest tightened with a very specific kind of dread. All the other cars were clean. Only mine had the scrap. I glanced around again, heart starting to pound. The lot was still empty. Nobody standing by the building. No movement behind the glass doors. No sound except the far-off hiss of the highway and the faint hum of the lot lights. My hand shook a little as I reached out and slid the paper free. It was damp on one side from the condensation on the glass. On the front, in blocky, uneven handwriting, was my license plate number. Exactly right. I swallowed, suddenly aware of how loud my breathing sounded in the cold. My fingers felt clumsy as I unfolded it. Inside, in the same pen, just 2 words. You work late. No hello, no signature, no call me or crude drawing, the way some creepy parking lot notes go. Just an observation I had never wanted anyone else to make. 2.2. The empty roads and the first close call. The first time it almost became something more than paranoia was on a night so foggy it felt like the world had been erased and redrawn with a dull pencil. The clinic was quieter than usual. Sometimes nights explode with chaos sirens, shouting, a waiting room full of people pacing and checking their phones. This one never quite got going. A couple of minor injuries. A kid with a fever whose parents wanted reassurance more than treatment. Mr. H in his usual chair, snoring softly, blanket up to his chin. By 3 a.m, the waiting room was empty. Someone had muted the TV, so the talking heads were arguing silently about something that did not matter to anyone in the building. The fluorescent lights hummed overhead, flattening everything into the same tired shade of pale. The vending machine's drone filled the gaps between the occasional beep from a monitor and the soft flip of pages as Jasmine pretended to look busy at the front desk. "Go home," she said, when she caught me glancing at the clock for the 3rd time in 5 minutes. "You've been here since 7. Nothing's coming in now except regret." She was right. The next nurse was already on shift, half asleep behind a chart. My tasks were done. My body ached with that special kind of fatigue that feels like your bones are heavy and your skin is buzzing. It was 3:45 a.m. when I clocked out, a good 15 minutes earlier than usual. On my way through the staff room, I grabbed my bag and my coat. As I shrugged it on, I passed the security monitor. The 4 little black and white camera feeds glowed quietly: front lobby, back hallway, side entrance, parking lot. In the lot view, my car sat where I had left it at the start of the shift, tiny and harmless under the pale cone of a lamp. No dark shapes, no idling strangers. In the center of my chest, where the folded note with "You work late" used to live, something unclenched a little. I had thrown the paper away after staring at it for too long the night I found it, then digging it out of the trash again, then finally shredding it into confetti and flushing it like it was contagious. The words were gone, but the feeling they left behind was not. I told myself I was being ridiculous. I told myself that whoever left it was just some bored teenager, some idiot with a pen and too much time. I told myself a lot of things in that place. Outside, the fog had rolled in thick. It wrapped itself around the building in slow-moving sheets, swallowing the far end of the parking lot completely. The lamp above my car turned the mist nearest to me into a glowing halo. But beyond that, it was like looking into wet cotton. The cold hit harder on fog nights. It seeped into seams, into cuffs, under collars. My breath and the fog became the same thing for a second as I walked to the car. My footsteps echoed off the concrete, the sound bouncing back weirdly muted. I thumbed the unlock button on my key fob. The car responded with a quick chirp and a blink of headlights that felt too bright and abrupt in the softened air. I scanned the lot automatically, habit now. Just my car, Jasmine's, and an empty space where Marco's truck had been earlier. Gas prices had gone up again. There was a new number on the big sign out by the road. A couple more cents added to the punishment. I watched them change it on my way in earlier. A bored teenage employee with a long pole and a bucket full of plastic numerals. I had told myself I would fill up when my shift ended, before it could jump again. Sitting in the driver's seat now, watching my breath fog the windshield from the inside. The idea of driving even the 10 minutes to the Shell station felt heavier than usual. I could go straight home, I thought. The gas light was not on yet, just hovering near the threat. I could deal with it tomorrow, when the world was wider and the roads had more people on them. Then I remembered the week I let it go until tomorrow, ended up driving home on fumes, and spent the next day half panicked that I would stall out on some blind curve. I also remembered the numbers on that sign flipping higher. Fine. I said out loud to no one. I started the engine. The dashboard lights came up in a soft green wash. The radio snapped on mid-song. A commercial jingle too loud in the small space. I stabbed the power button until it went silent. As I pulled out of the lot and headed toward the main road, I heard a faint clicking somewhere inside the car. Tick, tick, tick. It was quick and irregular, like plastic tapping against plastic. Not in rhythm with the tires or the engine. Not my turn signal. I frowned, turning the heater fan down to make sure it was not just a loose vent. The clicking persisted for a few seconds, then faded. The fog thickened as I merged onto the 2-lane road toward the highway. My headlights pushed through it in short, useless cones, making the world ahead look even shorter than it was. The trees loomed on either side, their trunks just dark vertical smears. Mailboxes appeared suddenly at the edge of the road and vanished again with the next breath. Tick, tick. The clicking was back, somewhere to my right, I thought, or behind me. It was hard to pinpoint in such a small space. I turned the radio back on, more for the illusion of control than anything else. The noise of a late-night DJ's voice filled the car. some over-cheerful spiel about callers and contests, drowning out the small tick, tick, tick in the background. When I lowered the volume a minute later, the clicking was gone. The Shell station rose out of the fog like a shipwreck. First, the big sign, its logo floating above the mist, digits glowing their new, higher price. Then the rectangle of the building itself, set back from the road. And finally, the wide asphalt lot. Edges smeared and indistinct. There was only one other car in the lot. Even before my brain could name it, I recognized the shape four-door sedan. Slightly boxy, paint absorbing more light than it reflected. Dark blue, that almost black shade that looks different under every bulb. It was parked at the far edge of the lot, nowhere near the pumps, nose pointed toward the road. The engine was off, no smoke, no rumble. The windows were black squares. My stomach tightened one notch. Coincidence, I told myself. There were probably 1,000 dark blue sedans in this county alone. I pulled up to a pump closer to the building, the habit of choosing the more visible spot kicking in without asking. The canopy overhead hummed, one light flickering in a slow, irregular pattern. A moth batted itself against that bulb, wings making tiny, frantic thuds against the glass, over and over, like a repetition it could not break. The blast of cold, when I opened my door, made my eyes water. I zipped my coat higher, shoved my hands into the pockets, and walked toward the entrance. The automatic door squeaked a little as it slid open. The warm air inside smelled like old coffee, fryer oil, and the artificially bright scent of lemon cleaner. The cashier glanced up for half a second, then back down at his phone. 40 on 3, I said, sliding 2 20s under the glass. He punched buttons. The register chattered. The drawer clanged. Have a good night, he said in a flat voice that suggested he did not mean it and did not care either way. Yeah, I answered, and stepped back out into the blur. The lot felt bigger empty, like the distance between pumps and building had stretched while I was inside. The dark blue sedan stayed at the edge of vision. No movement, no lights. I slid the nozzle into my tank, thumbed the lever, heard the thunk as it engaged. Gas started to flow with a low internal rush, the pump head giving a rhythmic, soft chug, chug, chug as the numbers rolled upward. The sound of the pump filled the space around me. Chug, chug, chug. The moth kept battering itself against the flickering bulb overhead, a tiny, desperate percussion somewhere behind me. The ice freezer's compressor kicked on, adding a higher whine. For a moment, it felt like I was standing in the middle of a stage after everyone had left the lights still on, the props still in place, but no audience, no actors, just the scenery creaking and buzzing to itself. I leaned against the side of the car, breath steaming in small bursts, tried not to look at the other car, failed. The dark blue sedan sat in its far corner, as still and blank as before. Then its engine coughed to life. The sound was sudden and harsh in the cold, a rough turnover like an old smoker clearing his throat. The whole front end of the car shuddered once. Its headlights stayed off. The engine revved once, a low, ugly growl, then settled into a steady idle. No door opened, no interior light came on, no one stepped out. I forced myself to keep my movements normal, casual, as I glanced over more openly. All I could see through the windshield was darkness, a black mirror reflecting the smeared glow of the canopy lights and the faint outline of the station sign. if there was a face behind that glass, it was buried in shadow. The hair on my arms prickled under my sleeves. Every instinct I had screamed at me to get back in my car and leave. Gas be damned. Chug, chug, chug. The pump said, indifferent. The number climbed to 30, then 35. The pump handle clicked softly in my hand as the pressure shifted, a reminder that the tank was almost full. I felt it again, the sensation of being watched. Not the vague, social anxiety kind you get in a grocery store when you realize someone is behind you in the aisle. This was more focused, like a spotlight I could not see, trained on the back of my neck. I looked anyway. Human beings are stupid like that. The windshield of the sedan remained a black sheet, reflecting only the fuzzy white of the fog and the faint geometry of the canopy. But in that reflection, distorted and doubled, I saw myself small, hunched, alone at the pump. I turned back to the display, swallowed, and pulled the handle free when it finally did the solid, final click of a full tank. I racked the nozzle with more force than necessary, screwed the gas cap on with shaking hands, and muttered, "You're fine. You're fine," under my breath. The engine of the other car idled on, steady and low. I walked around to the driver's side of my own car, trying not to speed up, trying not to look like prey. The cold seemed to press in harder, flattening sounds down so that my footsteps and the soft jingle of my keys were the only distinct noises. Once I was inside, I locked the doors before I even sat all the way down. The familiar thunk of the locks sliding into place made me feel a tiny bit less exposed, like sitting inside a tin can instead of standing naked in a field. Habit made me glance back over my shoulder at the back seats. It is something I picked up from too many late-night true crime binges and one training seminar about situational awareness we had to sit through at the clinic. The seats themselves were empty. No shadow crouched behind me. No face popped up suddenly in the rear window. That would have been too easy. In a way, what I did see was on the floor behind the passenger seat, a smear. At first, my brain tried to make it into a shadow, some trick of the overhead lights coming through the window. But as my eyes adjusted, the details sharpened. It was the shape of half a footprint, a heel, and part of a sole stamped onto the rubber mat. Dirty, smudged, with the faint pattern of a boot tread. I knew I had vacuumed the car out 2 days ago. I remembered shaking the mats onto my parents' driveway, watching little stones and dust fall out. I remembered how clean and dark the rubber looked when I put them back. The smear looked fresh, not wet, not dripping, but not old either. On instinct, I twisted around a little farther and leaned closer, nose wrinkling. There was a smell clinging to that section of the car, faint but distinct. Mud. Yes, damp earth, like the bottom of a shoe that had walked across a wet yard, and under it, thinner but more stubborn, something metallic, the coppery tang you get on your tongue when you bite the inside of your cheek too hard. The smell that lingers on gloves after you have cleaned more than one deep. Messy cut. Blood. 2.3. The spare key and the unlocked door. I should have turned around right then. Called someone. Done something. Instead, I did what most people do when something is wrong, but not wrong enough to break reality. Yet I shoved it down and told myself I would deal with it later. I twisted back around in my seat and faced the windshield, like the dirty half-print on the floor behind me was a stray leaf or a little patch of spilled coffee. not evidence that someone else's shoe had been in my car. I told myself it could have been one of my coworkers catching a ride to their car on a rainy night. I told myself it could have been there for days, and I just had not noticed. The smell clinging to the rubber mat said otherwise. But there is only so much truth you can hold in your head when it is almost 4 in the morning and you still have to drive home through fog. I started the car. The engine's rumble felt a little rougher in my chest now. My fingers on the steering wheel were colder than they should have been. When I pulled out of the Shell lot, the fog swallowed everything more completely than it had on the way in, as if the short time I had spent under the buzzing canopy had given it a chance to thicken. My headlights pushed out in front of me in a short, useless wedge. The beam seemed to get eaten just 10, 15 feet ahead. The road beyond that might as well not have existed. The reflective paint on the center line and the white shoulder stripe flashed in and out of existence as I rolled forward. The world reduced to those 2 parallel lines and the dark blur of tree trunks beyond. The fog did something to sound, too. It muffled everything outside the car and amplified everything inside. The wiper blades squeaked on every pass over the glass, rubber dragging just a little too dry against the slick fog moisture. Squeak, swipe, squeak. Tiny pebbles pinged against the underside of the car now and then, knocked loose from the road surface, each little tap sounding like it was inside the cabin instead of under it. I kept checking the mirrors. Left, right, center. Headlights behind me would have glared instantly, a relief and a new kind of threat at the same time. There was nothing. Just gray and black and the faint suggestion of the road edging away behind my rear bumper. I tried turning the radio back on to drown out my thoughts. Static crackled for a second, then resolved into some late-night love song halfway through. The singer's voice sounded thin and lonely in the enclosed space, so I turned it back off. Silence rushed in, full of my own breathing and the blood in my ears. At one point, the fog ahead of me thinned for half a second, enough that I could see a mailbox on the right with the reflective numbers 214 bouncing my headlights back at me. Then the mist closed in again, softer and heavier, like something exhaling on the windshield. Every so often, I thought I saw a faint, distant glow behind me in the mirror, the kind of brightness that might be distant headlights diffused by fog. Each time I blinked and looked again, it was gone. I could not tell if something was back there or if my brain was looking for patterns the way brains always do. By the time I turned off onto my parents' road, my shoulders ached from the tension of hunching over the wheel. The familiar sagging mailboxes lining their street appeared and disappeared in small, sudden jumps, each one a little island in the haze. The arch of the big maple tree in our front yard loomed out of the gray like a skeleton's arm, then resolved into branches as I pulled into the driveway. I shifted into park and sat there for a few seconds, fingers still wrapped around the steering wheel, listening. The engine ticked as it cooled, tiny metallic pings settling into the silence. The fog pressed thick against the windows, turning the porch light into a smudged halo. I cut the engine and the headlights, and the sudden absence of their low hum made the quiet feel even more absolute. No other car engines. No crunch of tires on gravel. No door slams from down the street. Just the muffled, cotton-heavy quiet of too early morning and the faint, distant hiss of the highway like someone breathing slowly a few miles away. I told myself there was no reason to dig under the brick tonight. My house key was in my coat pocket, where it was supposed to be. The idea of crouching between the shrubs and fumbling with cold fingers in the damp dirt made something inside me recoil. That hiding spot felt less clever and more vulnerable every day. Use it only when you have to, I muttered to myself. Tonight. You don't have to. I stepped out, locked the car, and felt the remote's little chirp echo strangely in the fog. My breath came out in short white bursts as I went up the steps. The porch boards creaked under my weight in their usual places. The front door stood in front of me. The same old off-white paint, the same smudge at shoulder height where hands had pushed against it over the years. The deadbolt gleamed dull brass in the porch light. I slid my key into the lock, turned it, heard the familiar metallic sync click as the bolt retracted. I pushed the door open and stepped into the dim foyer. The warmth of the house rolling over me along with the familiar smell of coffee that had been brewed. Drunk, and left its ghost behind. I pushed the door shut without looking back and turned the deadbolt again from the inside, just to feel it engaged. The lock thunked home, solid and reassuring. Then my eyes drifted up out of reflex, to the top of the door. The chain was unhooked. It dangled from its runner, the little metal slider halfway along its track, the loose length of chain hanging straight down in the still air. I stared at it for a full 3 seconds, too tired for my brain to catch up. Then my stomach folded in on itself. I knew because I had seen it, touched it that the last time I left the house. That chain had been across. I had hooked it myself, sliding the bolt into the slot in the frame before heading down the steps toward my car. I remembered the metallic hiss as the links dragged over the bracket, the neat little clink when the end piece dropped in. I replayed leaving for my shift in my head like I was reviewing security footage, coat on, bag on shoulder, lights off. My mom calling from the couch to be safe. Me saying always, the soft slide of the chain, the last look back before closing the door. It had been on, I was sure. Now, at almost 4 in the morning, after a note on my car and a footprint on my floor and a dark sedan in the fog. It hung loose. The deadbolt was thrown. The knob was locked. We never used the door without unlatching the chain. It sticks if you try. Someone would have had to slide it back. My heart started to thump hard enough that I could feel the beats against my ribs. For a moment. The house felt like it shrank around me. Walls leaning in. The air pressing close. I reached up with a hand that shook more than I wanted it to and touched the end of the chain. It swung lightly under my fingers, the links making that soft, familiar chime as they knocked against the metal track. The sound went straight down my spine, connecting to every half-remembered noise I had heard lying in bed at night. I did not want to, but I had to know maybe my parents had gone out. Maybe my dad had unhooked it late to let the cat out. Maybe there was a perfectly normal explanation. I tiptoed up the stairs, avoiding the squeaky step like I had when I used to sneak out to meet friends in someone's car down the street. My hand slid along the banister, wood smooth under my palm. At the top, the hallway stretched ahead of me, dim and quiet. The nightlight in the outlet cast a weak orange glow over the carpet, enough to see the shadows of door frames. My parents' door was almost closed, a thin line of darker shadow where it did not quite meet the frame. I walked over and eased it open a few inches. They were both asleep. My mom lay on her side, facing the edge of the bed, lips parted slightly in a soft snore. My dad was on his back, mouth open, chest rising and falling in deep, heavy breaths. The digital alarm clock on his nightstand glowed 3:57 a.m. in red digits. Neither of them stirred when I opened the door. Neither of them looked like people who had been up and walking around in the last half hour. I watched them a little longer than I needed to, just to be sure. Their breathing settled into the same rhythm it always had, a sound I had grown up with through my bedroom wall. Solid, oblivious sleep. I closed the door again as quietly as I could and went back down. That small clink of the chain replaying in my head with every step. For a few days after that, nothing else happened. In the way that nothing happening can start feeling like something by contrast. I went to work. I came home. I slept. I ate in the kitchen while my parents watched whatever court show or home renovation program they were into that week. Then, one morning, over breakfast, my mom mentioned the spare key. I found that key sitting on the foyer table again, she said, buttering toast like she was telling me the weather, instead of in its hiding place. You using it? I looked up from my coffee. No, I haven't needed it. Well, it did not walk there by itself, my dad said, without looking away from the newspaper. Maybe next time whoever is leaving it out leaves a note. Please rob us. House unlocked. I'm not using it, I repeated, heat prickling at the back of my neck. Not since that grocery run last week, I swear. They exchanged one of those looks couples get. A quick side eye that's half communication, half shared impatience. It's fine, my mom said. Just be careful. We only hide it for emergencies. Okay, I nodded, but my brain was elsewhere now, replaying the image of the chain hanging loose, the feel of the key in my own pocket on the night I came home from the fog, the way the house had gone so quiet every time I thought I heard something on the porch. After that, I started a new ritual, every night before I left for work. After my scrubs were on and my bag was slung over my shoulder, I would stand alone in the dark kitchen and listen. I would turn off the lights, let my eyes adjust to the vague shapes of cabinets and countertops, and focus on the sounds. The fridge hummed in a low, steady tone, then clicked off suddenly, leaving a moment of emptiness that always made my heart hitch. The heater kicked on with a soft whoosh from the vents, metal expanding with little ticks somewhere in the walls, far away, down the street. A dog might bark once or twice and then think better of it. And sometimes, only sometimes, there was another sound, faint, almost too quiet to register, coming from the front of the house. A subtle, irregular scrape, like something rough dragging lightly along the wooden boards of the porch, or like a hand brushing against the siding, fingertips catching on old paint. Every time I heard it, I froze. If I moved toward the window, if I reached for the switch to turn on the porch light, it stopped. No follow-up scuffle, no thump of something jumping off the step, no fading patter of paws across the yard, just a clean, sharp cut of the sound, like it had never been there at all. Raccoons, I told myself, stray cats, branches. The excuses started to sound thinner each night. The ritual kept growing. I would check the locks twice, sometimes 3 times. I would put my ear to the door for a second, listening to the quiet on the other side, as if I could hear someone breathing out there through an inch of wood. I started looking through the peephole before I opened the door, even at 6 in the evening, even when it was still light outside. The world beyond always looked warped and fisheye, the porch elongated, the yard sloping strangely, empty. Until the night, it was not. I was running a little late that evening, My hair was still damp from the shower, the collar of my scrub top sticking coldly to the back of my neck. I grabbed my bag, turned off the kitchen light, and stood in the dark to listen one last time. The fridge hummed, the heater sighed. Somewhere, a car drove past at the far end of the street, tires crunching over leftover sand from the last storm. No scraping on the porch, no taps on the siding. "Okay," I whispered, more to myself than anything else. I walked to the front door, checked the deadbolt, glanced at the chain hooked. This time, my hand hovered on the hook for a second, then slid it back, metal whispering in the quiet. I turned the lock, felt the familiar resistance give, and pulled the door open. Cold air rushed in around my ankles. I stepped forward, one foot on the threshold, and my eyes dropped automatically to the porch. There, on the weathered wooden boards, was a set of footprints. Not shoe prints in snow or mud, these were muddy prints directly on the dry boards themselves. Dark smears where wet earth had met wood. They started at the step closest to the yard and came straight up to the door. Each one was clear, the tread pattern obvious, the heel and toe distinct, fresh. The edges were still glossy with moisture, not yet dried or blurred. There were no prints going back the other way. They led right up to where I stood, and then they stopped. 3.1. The shift before everything changed. The night everything really went wrong did not feel special when it started. If anything, it felt annoyingly normal. For a Wednesday, the urgent care was slammed. By midnight, every exam room was full, and the waiting room looked like a cross between a bar's back alley and a daycare. A guy in his 20s sat on one table with a towel pressed to his forehead, blood soaking through and matting his hair. "It was just a stupid bar fight," he kept saying, like that somehow made having his eyebrow half torn open less serious. I irrigated his wound with saline, the pink-tinged water running into the basin in a steady trickle as he winced and flinched. The smell of blood and alcohol clung to him like a second shirt. In the next room, a little kid sat on the exam table with his feet dangling, sneakers kicking anxiously at the metal base. He had a deep, jagged cut in the side of his palm from a broken glass. His mom hovered, pale and wide-eyed, repeating, "He's not good with needles," while he stared at the tray of suture tools like they were instruments of medieval torture. When I numbed his hand and started stitching, the stiff paper under him crackled every time he jerked or tried to pull away. An old woman with chest pain came in around 1, clutching her purse like it was the only thing holding her to the earth. Her lipstick was smeared into the wrinkles around her mouth, and her breath came in short, labored puffs. We got her on a monitor, lead stuck to her thin chest, blood pressure cuff squeezing her arm. The monitor beeped, lights blinking green and amber, her heartbeat drawing little peaks and valleys across the screen. The sounds layered over each other, the constant beeping of monitors, the soft whoosh of oxygen, voices echoing off tile and glass. Someone coughed in triage with a wet, rattling intensity that made the hairs stand up on the back of my neck. A drunk in the hallway argued with a cop in low, stubborn tones. The automatic doors at the front hissed and sighed every time someone came in to break up the night with their particular emergency. I moved through it all the way I always did, on autopilot. Hold pressure here, tape this there, chart that, flush this line, reassure this person, redirect that one. My hands did the work, fingers gloved and steady, while my brain floated half a step behind, watching the clock. There were no weird flickers of dread, no sharp sense of being watched, just the familiar, grinding fatigue that settles in around 2:30, when your body knows it should be horizontal and dark, but you are instead bathed in fluorescent light and someone else's fear. By 3 in the morning, the flow of patients started to slow. The bar fight guy was sitting in the waiting room with 6 neat stitches in his forehead and an ice pack. The kid with the cut hand had a cartoon bandage over a row of small, perfect sutures and a lollipop jammed in his cheek. The old lady with chest pain was waiting for a transport to the main hospital, her monitor beeping steadily in the corner. The TV in the waiting room had cycled from news to infomercials. Some too excited man was chopping vegetables with a knife that, according to the silent captions, could also cut through roofing shingles. The vending machine hummed. The coffee tasted even more burnt than usual. I felt normal, just tired and hungry. No sense of doom, no special pressure in my chest. If anything, I was thinking about my stomach more than anything else. I had barely eaten all night, just grabbed a cracker here, a sip of cold coffee there. My head felt light and too full of noise. Around 3:45, the last of the paperwork was done. The incoming nurse for the next shift was already at the desk, scrolling through charts and pretending to look less exhausted than she was. Jasmine checked the board, saw no one else coming in, and waved her hand at me. "Go," she said, "before someone walks in with something stupid." I glanced up at the clock, 3:52 a.m. My first thought was food. My second thought was gas. The gas gauge in my car had been flirting with the quarter tank mark all week, and I had already told myself I would fill up next shift enough times that it was starting to sound like a lie. Prices had been creeping up again. The Shell station sign near my parents' road had jumped a few cents the week before, and I knew the next bump was coming. If I filled now and paid cash, I would save a little, not much, but enough that my brain latched onto it as the practical thing to do. I pictured my parents' driveway, the way the porch looked in the dark with the light off. Pictured, uninvited, those muddy footprints that had led up to the door and then nowhere, like someone had walked right up to the threshold and vanished. It was probably Dad, I had told myself. He probably went out in the yard and forgot he walked through mud, then came back up the steps, or the mailman, or something. I had repeated that story enough times that it started to smooth over in my head, even though the prints had been the wrong shape and size for my dad's boots, and the mail didn't even come that early. Standing in the staff room now, shrugging into my coat, I felt that old, sour unease tug at my stomach again. Home did not feel as safe as it used to, but the ritual of my nights had already formed its own groove in my brain clinic. Shell, driveway, kitchen table, bed. You get attached to your routines, even when they might be killing you. Shell station, then home. I muttered, like a list. Gas, something to eat, then bed. I grabbed my bag, clipped my badge to my collar out of habit, even though my shift was over, and headed toward the front. The automatic doors slid open with their tired hydraulic sigh as I approached. A breath in. The air outside slammed into me like a cold hand. It was one of those nights where the temperature drops just a little more than you expect, so the air feels extra sharp wherever your skin is exposed. My cheeks prickled. My breath came out in quick white puffs that hung in front of me for a second before the dark dissolved them. Behind me, the doors whispered shut with a hiss, sealing the bright box of the clinic away. It always feels like something closing its throat when they do that. like you are being pushed out of a safe cavity into open air. My shoes made that crisp, hollow sound on the frozen pavement as I crossed the lot, the echo of rubber soles on concrete that bounces back just a fraction of a second too late. There were only a few cars left my compact. A nurse's sedan, the receptionist's old Corolla. The lot lights cast hard yellow pools on the ground, the spaces between them going soft and shadowy. For a second, I just stood there, letting my eyes adjust, listening. Nothing but the distant hiss of the highway and the faint hum of the light fixtures. I walked to my car, unlocked it with the click of the fob, and slid inside. The interior smelled faintly of hand sanitizer and old fast food wrappers I kept forgetting to throw away. The seat creaked under my weight. I started the engine and watched the dashboard lights flicker on. I could have gone straight home. I could have turned right out of the lot and been in my parents' driveway in 10 minutes. Been at the kitchen table with something microwaved and mindless in 15, in bed in 20. Instead, I turned left at the first light, toward the main road, toward the Shell station and its cracked asphalt and humming canopy. The roads were almost empty. A single truck rumbled past me going the other way, its headlights cutting through the dark like two angry eyes before vanishing in my rearview mirror. The rest of the world felt paused, like someone had pressed a button and left the scene loaded but unplayed. At the next intersection, I slowed for the red light and glanced into the rearview mirror to see if anyone was behind me. At first, I saw nothing but my own eyes, dark and tired, the glow of the dashboard casting green shadows on my face. Then, past that, across the street, under a dead streetlight whose bulb had burned out months ago and never been replaced, I saw a shape, a car, a four-door sedan, parked along the curb just beyond the reach of the working light on the opposite corner. Its outline was barely there, a deeper darkness inside the dark. But my mind filled in the blanks, the slope of the hood, the angle of the roof, the way the back end seemed a little heavier, like it sagged over old shocks. Dark blue. Its headlights were off. No interior light glowed. There was no exhaust visible in the cold air. But that could have been the angle, the distance, the fog of my own breathing on the glass. Just a car, I told myself. Just a car parked under a dead light on a dead street at 4 in the morning. I tore my eyes away, checking the crosswalk and the light ahead. It flipped green with a lazy blink. I eased my foot onto the gas and pulled forward, the tires crunching lightly over a patch of frozen slush. As I rolled through the intersection, curiosity or something uglier made me glance up at the mirror one more time, just to see if the car was really there, if I had actually seen it and not just imagined it into the shadows. In the mirror, the street behind me stretched out, empty and wet under the surviving lights. The space where the sedan had been was bare curb and darkness. The shape was gone. 3.2. Pump 4, the tooth trick. The Shell station looked even emptier than usual when I pulled in. The big sign by the road buzzed faintly, its white plastic skin glowing in the dark. Prices stacked in red digits that made my stomach clench. The fog had thinned a little, but still clung low to the pavement, curling around the edges of the lot like it was afraid to cross all the way into the light. Only one other car was there. It sat at pump 2, nose angled slightly toward the road. A dark blue sedan with its engine off and its windows as black as dead screens. The rest of the pump island was bare. No trucks, no commuters grabbing a last-minute fill, no late-night delivery vans. Just me, the blue sedan, and the humming lights. I aimed for pump 4 2 lanes over from him. Not too close and not too far, and rolled to a stop. The canopy's fluorescent tubes flickered above me, one of them stuttering on and off in a slow, irritated rhythm. Somewhere near the street, a loose plastic bag snagged on a bush fluttered and snapped quietly in the wind. I sat for a second in the idling car and watched my breath fog the windshield from the inside. My fingers were stiff on the steering wheel. I could feel my heart beating in my hands. In my throat, that dull, tired thud of someone who has been awake too long. 40. In and out. I muttered. Then home. The cold, when I opened the door, hit like a slap. It clawed under my coat sleeves and bit into the skin of my face, making my eyes water instantly. My breath came out in quick, white clouds that drifted away almost as soon as they formed. My shoes made hollow clacks on the cracked pavement as I headed for the store. The automatic door jerked halfway before it slid open, making a grinding sound that set my teeth on edge. Inside. It was the same as always, too warm air. Smell of old coffee. The tang of burned fryer oil that never quite leaves places like that. And that weird artificial lemon cleaner scent hanging over everything like a lie. The cashier was behind the plexiglass, hunched over his phone, face lit from below by cold blue light. He did not look up when the door dinged. 40 on 4, I said, tapping the 220s against the counter so I did not have to slide my fingers all the way under the glass. He reached out without taking his eyes off the screen, grabbed the bills, and fed them into the register. The machine chattered, spat out a receipt that he did not offer me. "You're good," he said, still staring down. "No, have a nice night this time." Maybe he was tired too. Maybe he was just numb. The automatic door shut behind me like a mouth. The air outside felt even colder after the fake warmth of the store. Under the canopy, the lights hummed. I could hear the faint whine of the refrigeration unit in the icebox by the door. My own footsteps sounded too loud on the concrete as I walked back to pump 4. When I rounded the column of the pump, he was already there. The driver's door of the dark blue sedan was open, and a man was stepping out, one foot hitting the ground with a soft scuff. He dragged himself upright like he was unfolding from too small a space. Red Sox hoodie gray with the logo cracked and peeling across the front. Faded jeans with frayed hems that barely cleared the ground. His hair was dark and messy, sticking out from under the hood. Too long in the back and uneven at the sides like he had hacked at it himself in a bathroom mirror. His hands were bare in the cold. No gloves, no pockets, just raw skin. Knuckles chapped and reddish, fingers flexing like they could not quite get warm. What struck me first, though, was the way his head was angled. He kept it tipped down and a little to the side, as if he was listening for something under the concrete. His chin almost touched his chest, and the brim of his hood shadowed his face. So all I could see at first was stubble along his jaw and the curve of his mouth. It did not look like a normal posture, not like someone checking their phone or looking for something they dropped. It looked intentional, like he was pressing his ear toward the ground and waiting. My car door clicked shut behind me. The sound seemed to snap him up and out of whatever he had been listening for. He straightened a bit, rolling his shoulders, and without looking directly at me yet, he reached for the pump at Station 2. I focused on my own pump. Slot card. No cash sale. I lifted the nozzle, jammed it into my car's gas tank, and pressed the handle. The mechanism clunked and started its internal whir. Numbers rolling from 0 in small, jerky increments. At the same time, He squeezed his handle at pump 2. I heard the metallic click as he snapped the latch that would hold it in place, letting it autofill. His hose jerked once, then settled into a slow, steady bulge as gas started flowing into his tank. Then he stepped away from his car and walked between the two pumps, straight toward me. He did not hurry. He did not pretend to be going somewhere else. He just crossed that strip of wet, oil-stained concrete, like it was the most natural thing to wander into a stranger's space at 4 in the morning. When he got close enough, I smelled him. Sweat. The stale kind that had dried into fabric and skin over days. Old cigarette smoke. Not fresh, but deep in his hoodie, in his hair, and something under that, a faint metallic tang, like the smell in the urgent care after we had cleaned up a particularly bad cut. Coppery. Warm in my memory, even though the night was freezing. "Hey," he said, and his voice was flat. No accent I could place, just slightly rough, like his throat was dry. "Want to see a funny trick?" Every nerve in my body twinged at once. "No, thanks," I started, already forcing a small smile that meant "I want you to go away." But he was already holding his hands up in front of his chest, fingers positioned like he was about to show a kid something silly. It is a stupid trick, one of those ones you learn in grade school. You bend one finger down, tuck it in just right, then pretend to pull it off with your other hand by sliding your thumb between. A cheap optical illusion if you are 10. He did it so slowly, it changed the entire feel of it. His fingers were rough and cracked. The knuckles were red and split in a couple of places, healing poorly. His nails were short, bitten nearly down to nubs, and packed with black grime underneath. There was dirt in the creases of his skin that looked ground in, like it had been there a long time. He folded his right index finger down against his palm, hiding it with his thumb, then grabbed it with the fingers of his left hand in an exaggerated way. His hands trembled just slightly, not enough to look weak, just enough to make the motion feel eager, with his head still tilted that odd little bit. He glanced up at me from under his hood. His eyes were shadowed, but I could see the whites, a dull, wet shine catching the canopy light. "See," he said, and slowly pulled his finger away from his hand, the joint bending in a way that made it look, for half a second, like the tip had come loose. It would have been funny, maybe harmless, if he had been some drunk uncle at a barbecue, out here, in the cold, with nobody else around and the gas pumps humming. It felt like something else. I forced out a small, automatic laugh. "Yeah, haven't seen that one in a while." Most people would have shrugged, maybe smiled, and gone back to their own business after that. Trick done, social weirdness over. He did not stop. He reset his hands and did it again. Folded the finger down, grabbed it, pulled, slow, deliberate. His eyes did not leave my face. The corners of his mouth twitched up in something that might have been a smile if there had been any warmth behind it. There was not. It was like watching someone practicing an expression they had seen other people use, without understanding what it meant. "You see it?" he asked. "It comes right off." "Yeah," I said again, looking down at the gas display like it was suddenly fascinating. The numbers climbed past 12, 13, 14. The hose vibrated faintly in my hand. "That's yeah." He kept going. Even when I turned my body slightly away, my shoulders angling to put more of my back toward him. He stayed where he was. His hands lifted, moved, the finger bending. The pretend pull, over and over, like a GIF on a loop. The longer he did it, the less like a trick it seemed and the more like a tick, a compulsion, as if the action itself was what he needed, and my reaction was irrelevant. I could feel his gaze on the side of my face, that weird, over-eager stillness. "Look," he said after a few repetitions, his tone shifting, not excited so much as pleased. "I can do another one, a better one." I made the mistake of glancing up. He had dropped his hands to his chest, cupping his right palm against his hoodie like he was holding water. His fingers curled tightly, tendons standing out in the back of his hand. With his other hand, he reached into the kangaroo pocket of his hoodie and fished around for a second, eyes going briefly unfocused like he was feeling for something specific in there. Then he brought his right hand back up between us and slowly opened his fingers. In the center of his palm sat something small and off-white. At first, in the harsh canopy light, my brain tried to label it as a pebble or a piece of broken plastic, but it was too smooth, too organically curved. One end was wider and flatter, with slight ridges. The other end tapered into a narrower, ragged root. The surface was not completely white. It was yellowed, the way old teeth look when you see them in a jar. Near the root, there was a darker stain, a rusty red-brown smudge that had not washed all the way off. He cradled it like something precious. "See," he said, voice absolutely calm. "This one's better." My mouth went dry. The pump hummed beside me. My car ticked as it settled. Is that a tooth?" I asked, knowing damn well what it was. He smiled a little wider. "Magic trick," he said. "Watch." He pinched the tooth between the thumb and forefinger of one hand and the thumb and forefinger of the other, like you might hold a coin to do a simple vanish. Then, very slowly, he did the same pulling motion as before, sliding one hand away, pretending to drag the object along in a way that made it seem for a beat, like the tooth was being stretched out. The enamel clicked against his nail as it moved, a faint, dry scraping sound, like stone on glass. He did it too slow, way too slow. I could see every jerk of his fingers, every microscopic tremor. It was not a good trick. Nothing about it was smooth or skillful, but the way he watched me while he did it, head tilted, eyes too wide, breath puffing white between his lips, made my skin crawl. "Looks real." "Doesn't it?" he asked. I swallowed. The smell of him felt stronger now, the sweat, the old smoke, and that same thin thread of metallic copper. Up close, there was something else too, deeper and sour, like fabric that had soaked up too many things it should not have and never fully dried. The beeping inside the store, the hum of the sign, the far-off swish of a car passing on the main road, they all seemed to fade for a few seconds. The only clear sounds were the chug of the gas going into my tank and the faint tick of that tooth touching his nail. "Yeah," I said, forcing my voice not to shake. "Looks real." He grinned. "All teeth." "Got lots of them," he said. "Been practicing." Behind him, the overhead light above pump 2 flickered hard, dimmed, then flared back to life. For a split second, the interior of his sedan was lit up like a photograph. The back seat had no passengers, but on the upholstery behind the driver's seat, half covered by a clear trash bag pulled loosely over the mess. I saw a pile, small, white fragments scattered on the faded fabric like spilled chalk. Some were neat, the size and shape of teeth, little pegs and molar crowns. Others were bigger, jagged pieces with porous centers, edges irregular and sharp. Bone, not just enamel. They were dusted in dried red and brown, powder clinging in the seams, like someone had shaken them out of a bag they had been in too long. The light flickered off again, plunging the car's interior back into a dark, blank box. He was still smiling at me, the tooth pinched between his filthy fingers, waiting to see what I would do next. 3.3, names, badges, and the smile that sticks. The pump behind me clicked off with a sudden, heavy thunk. It was the normal sound, the mechanical shutoff that happens when the tank is full, but it felt like a gunshot in that moment. The hose jerked in my hand. I flinched hard enough that the tooth in his fingers bobbed a little, catching the light. I have to go, I said, words tumbling out too fast. Long drive. He did not move at first. He just looked at me, head still at that odd angle, tooth pinched between his fingers like a little ivory die. Then his gaze flicked downward, and I realized too late what he was looking at. My badge. It was clipped to the neckline of my scrub top, right above the zipper of my coat. I had forgotten to tuck it away like I sometimes did when I stopped for gas. The plastic sleeve was a little fogged at the edges from age, but my name and my job title were clear enough in the bright canopy light. He leaned in a fraction, close enough that I caught another wash of his smell-stale smoke, sweat, and that faint metallic undercurrent that made my tongue taste like pennies. He read my first name out loud, not loudly, not in a teasing way, just said it, like he was testing how it felt in his mouth, like he was rolling it around on his tongue. Hearing it in his voice made something in my stomach fold over. Then he squinted at the line under it. Urgent care. Huh, he said. You people work real late. There was no joke in it. It sounded almost admiring. Or hungry. Yeah, I said, forcing my mouth to move. Night shift. He clicked his tongue softly, like he was thinking. You from around here, he asked. Or you driving far? Every instinct I had screamed not to tell him anything that could anchor me to a place he already seemed interested in. I forced a casual shrug. Just passing through, I lied, filling up and heading on. He stared at me for a second, like he was weighing the answer, measuring all the air around it. His eyes caught more of the light now that he was closer, and I saw them properly for the first time. Very pale irises. Not bright blue or green, more like the color had been washed out over time, leaving something diluted and strange. The ring around each iris was darker, almost black, and spiderwebbed with tiny red vessels radiating outward. His sclera were not white so much as a sickly gray, streaked and restless, like he had not slept in days. Standing that close, I could see the way the skin under his eyes was bruised looking, like faint purple thumbprints pressed there long ago and never quite faded. His pupils were pinpricks in the fluorescent glare, too small, making his stare look even flatter. Somewhere above us, the wind picked up. It threaded through the hollow metal structure of the canopy, whistling faintly in the beams. An unsecured panel buzzed and rattled with every gust, a shaky metallic chatter that sounded unnervingly like teeth vibrating in a jaw. The other pumps were quiet, No other cars had pulled in. No engines started. No doors shut. No voices called. The world beyond the edge of the lot was just black and shapeless. Like everything past the concrete had been erased. I backed away a step, my hand tightening around the gas nozzle. "Gotta get going," I said. "Big day tomorrow." Another lie. Tomorrow would be the same as every other. I turned my body in toward my car and yanked the nozzle out of the tank. A small splash of gasoline dripped down the side of the car, sharp fumes knifing up into my nose. I racked the nozzle with more force than I meant to, the metal cradle clanging loud against the pump. Behind me, his footsteps scraped once on the concrete. "You dropped something," he said. The tone was so weirdly polite, almost helpful, that for a second my brain tried to believe him. I turned my head just enough to look over my shoulder. He was standing a few feet away now, at the edge of my pump space, arms stretched out toward me. His palm was open. In the center of it lay the tooth, like a little offering. The canopy light flickered above us for an instant. Everything went slightly dim, his face a smear of shadow, the tooth just a pale shape. Then the light flared back to full strength, glaring off the damp enamel. "It's not mine," I said. The words came out tighter than I wanted them to. "You keep it." His mouth twitched. The almost smile flattened, then curled again in a way that made my skin crawl. "You sure?" he asked softly. "You look like you could use a good trick." "I'm good," I said. "Seriously, have a good night." I did not wait for whatever he was going to want next. I turned my back fully, walked to the driver's side door, and yanked it open. My fingers were clumsy on the handle, slick with cold and a thin sheen of sweat. I slid into the seat, slammed the door, and hit the lock button so hard it hurt my thumb. The familiar heavy thunk of all four doors locking at once rolled through the frame of the car. Only then did I exhale. From inside, the world looked different. The glass put a thin, fragile barrier between me and him, but it might as well have been an inch of steel for how badly I needed it. The radio snapped on with the engine, blasting the middle of some upbeat pop song into the confined space. The singer's voice and the bright, synthetic instrumentals felt like a totally different universe. The sound made my chest seize. It was all wrong, too cheerful, too loud, too human. I jabbed the power button, cutting it off mid-chorus. The sudden silence was almost worse, but at least it was mine. Now I could hear the heavy thump of my heartbeat and the ragged edge of my breathing, fogging the air in front of my face. I kept my eyes on the steering wheel for one more second, just long enough to feel the shape of it under my hands, to convince myself I was here, solid, in control. Then I made myself look up, through the windshield. I saw him. He was standing exactly where I had left him beside Pump 4, in the space I had just vacated. The hose from Pump 2 still trailed into his car across the island. Forgotten. His posture was loose, almost casual, like he was just waiting for a friend to come out of the store. He was watching me. His head was tilted again, a few degrees too far to one side. His face was slack except for his mouth, which had settled into that same small curve that was not quite a smile, and his right hand, still held up at chest level. The little white tooth gleamed faintly when the light overhead flickered. He did not wave. He did not make any kind of big gesture. He just stood there and watched me like he was memorizing something. I swallowed, shifted the car into reverse, and eased my foot onto the gas. The tires rolled slowly back, crunching over a patch of loose gravel I had not noticed on the way in. As I turned the wheel and angled the car toward the exit, I stole a glance at him again through the side window. His gaze tracked the movement of my car, but he did not move his feet. The trash bag in his back seat, the pile of bone-white fragments beneath it, those images flickered at the edges of my mind like after-images from a camera flash. I pulled toward the exit lane. The big Shell sign loomed ahead, buzzing faintly. The numbers for the gas price glowing a dull red. The world beyond the edge of the lot was just a long stretch of empty road disappearing into the dark. I checked my side mirror. He was still there at the pump, a hunched, gray shape under the stuttering light. Head tipped, jaw tense in a way that made it look like he might be humming to himself. I could not hear anything. But there was something about the angle of his neck, the set of his mouth, that suggested a quiet sound, like someone humming a single note over and over. I checked my rearview mirror as I reached the end of the driveway and turned back toward the main road. The Shell station receded behind me, the canopy lights shrinking into a small, glowing rectangle in the dark. My own face hovered faintly in the glass, pale and tight, superimposed over the scene. The last thing I saw clearly was the row of pumps and the dull shape of the blue sedan. Its headlights were still off, its body almost dissolving into the night. Then, as my car's front wheels bumped from the station's concrete onto the rougher asphalt of the road, the overhead light above Pump 4 flickered, for a split second, in the stuttered on-off-on of that bulb. I thought I saw him raise his free hand to his face, his fingers hooked into the corners of his mouth, digging into the skin like he was trying to get a grip. In the jerky light, it looked like he was pulling like he was trying to peel his own face off in the same slow, deliberate way he had pulled off his finger. His mouth stretched wider than it should have to in the brief flash, teeth bared in an unnatural arc. Then the light steadied. In that half second before the station slipped fully out of view, he looked normal again. Just a man in a hoodie, one hand by his side, the other still holding something small and white. By the time the Shell sign vanished from the mirror, I could not tell if I had actually seen what I thought I saw or if my brain had filled in the flicker with the worst possible image. Either way, when I checked the mirror again a few seconds later, the blue sedan was easing out of the lot behind me. Its headlights were still off. 4. 1. Headlights off the road. Between the Shell station and my parents' house has never felt shorter and longer at the same time than it did that night. When I pulled out of the lot, my hands were still damp on the steering wheel. The big Shell sign slid past on my right, buzzing faintly. My turn signal clicked a slow metronome as I merged onto the main road, its blinking glow a little orange metronome on the dash. Ahead of me, darkness. The two-lane road stretched out into a tunnel of black, framed on both sides by trees that leaned in at the top, like they were whispering to each other across it. In my headlights, the trunks appeared suddenly in harsh relief, gray and vertical, then vanished again as the beams moved on. Bare branches crisscrossed overhead, a tangle of thin lines that only revealed themselves for a second at a time before dissolving back into the night. Mailboxes came and went in quick flashes, little clusters of them, 3 or 4 in a row, leaned together at the edge of the pavement like they were gossiping. Their reflective numbers would flare painfully bright in my low beams for half a second. 214, 218, 220, and then drop away behind me. Swallowed. For the first mile or so, The rear-view mirror showed nothing but the ghost of my own face and the faint, bouncing reflection of my dashboard lights. I kept glancing anyway. Up, down, up. Road, mirror, road, mirror. My eyes flicked between them in a rhythm almost as steady as the line of broken yellow passing under me. Every time the mirror showed only the empty curve of road receding into dark, I felt a tiny, fragile wave of relief. My engine hummed its usual low, steady note. The tires made that soft slap on the cold asphalt, a sound you stop hearing when you are relaxed and cannot stop hearing when you are not. Somewhere in the dashboard, a small rattle started up when I hit 40 miles an hour, that familiar. Loose plastic noise I had meant to get checked out for months and kept ignoring. Each sound felt magnified in the small cabin. The hum, the slap, the rattle. My own breath coming in shallow pulls. The heater fan whirred on a low setting, the vents pushing lukewarm air against my fingers where they gripped the wheel. Then, after a long, gradual bend in the road, I saw it. In the rear view, beyond the faint oval of my own reflection. The darkness was not completely smooth anymore. There was a shape in it, not the clear, sharp twin beams of headlights, not the obvious glow of another car's front end, just a deeper patch of dark within the dark, hovering at the far edge of what my mirror would show me. A smudge of shadow that stretched and shrank with the movement of the road. I stared too long. The car drifted a little toward the center line, the rumble strip making a quick, angry buzz under the tires. I jerked the wheel back, breath catching. Okay, I told myself, out loud. Fine. You're not alone. That's good. I tried to see the shape as a comfort. Another person on the road, another pair of eyes, another engine, another human going somewhere. That was better than being completely alone out here. Right. Except their lights were off, even in the mirror. With the distortion and the distance, I could tell. There was no pale smear of low beams catching the edges of the trees. No glint of reflective road signs lit from behind, just the suggestion of a car body, darker than everything around it, keeping pace. I tapped my brakes lightly, not enough to slow significantly, just enough to see if the red of my taillights would catch on anything behind me. The mirror flared red for a second as my own lights bounced back. The shape behind me shifted, its outline flexing a little smaller as it decelerated, keeping the same distance. My foot eased off the pedal. I accelerated back up to my previous speed. The shape grew slightly, matching. Maybe they forgot to turn their lights on, I thought. People do that, except it was the middle of the night. Out here where the only illumination came from those car lights. You notice when you are driving blind. Maybe they're drunk, or high, or crazy. Better. That felt more honest. My brain, desperate for an explanation that did not involve the man at pump 4 following me on purpose, offered up one last option. Maybe it's a cop, running dark, waiting for somebody to speed. I had never heard of cops doing that out here, but it seemed like the kind of thing that might happen somewhere. I clung to it for half a mile. The cracks in the road, the small dips where winter had chewed at the asphalt and the town had patched it lazily, thunked under my tires with more force than usual. Each one sent a tiny jolt up through the seat into my spine. The loose bit in the dashboard rattled louder every time I hit one, like a small, irritated insect trapped in there and trying to get out. The shape in the mirror stayed right where it was, not gaining, not dropping back. Just hanging on the edge of my world, a parasite in the darkness. I turned the radio on, hand fumbling blindly for the knob. Static hissed for a second. Then a DJ's too bright laugh cut through and some song started mid-chorus. It sounded tinny and wrong, the cheerfulness jarring against the tight. Breathless fear crawling under my skin. I shut it off again almost immediately, without the distraction. My breathing became the loudest thing in the car. Short, shallow pulls through my nose, exhaled out between my teeth. My throat felt dry, the back of my tongue coated in the ghost of gasoline fumes and copper. Up ahead, the blinking red of the four-way intersection came into view, winking slowly through the branches. Out here, the light never fully cycles. It just flashes red in all directions after midnight. A lazy command to stop and go that assumes everyone will be polite and alert. I eased my foot onto the brake. The car slowed. The red light grew bigger in the windshield, reflecting faintly on the wet patches of pavement around it. At the same time, my eyes flicked to the rear view. Nothing. No shape now. No deeper shadow in the dark. Just the long, empty stretch of road receding behind me, lined with trees and mailboxes and the occasional reflective street sign flashing back my own lights. It was like the car had never been there at all. I came to a full stop at the white line, more out of habit than obedience. The blinking red light hung above the intersection, clicking faintly every time it lit. The intersection itself was a simple four-way cross R2 lane. Another road just like it, and a couple of ditches where the drainage never quite worked. No other vehicles. No houses close enough that you could see their windows. Just the empty crossroads and the darkness pressing in from all sides. I checked left. Nothing but trees and fog and a slice of road disappearing into them. I checked right. Same thing. A little green street sign half hidden by a branch, its letters unreadable at this hour. I checked the mirror again. Slower this time, giving my eyes a chance to adjust, looking for any hint of movement in the red-streaked dark, for a long heartbeat. There was nothing. My hands loosened their death grip on the steering wheel by a fraction. Maybe the other car had turned off. Maybe it had been a trick of the light, or my own headlights catching something reflective at the wrong angle. Maybe I was more tired than I thought. Then the sound of an engine floated in through the closed windows. Not loud, not screeching, just a low, steady rumble, like someone talking under their breath. The noise did not come from behind me. It came from the right. I snapped my head that way, expecting to see headlights cresting the slight rise of the cross street. The road to the right was dark, no glare, no beams cutting through the mist, just the blinking red reflection on patches of old ice in the ditch. The rumble grew a shade louder, joined by the faint crunch of tires on cold asphalt. I looked back at the mirror. This time, the shape did not appear in my lane. Behind my car, it rolled slowly into the intersection perpendicular to me. A dark blue sedan, emerging from the right-hand road like it had always been there, like the fog had merely been hiding it until it was ready. It coasted up to its own white line and stopped dead center in the cross-hatched shadow of the light. Even this close, its headlights stayed off. The front of the car was just a dead mask facing the passenger side of my vehicle. In the intermittently blinking red glow, I could see the contours clearly. Same slope of hood, same slightly sagging back end, same scuffed paint along the passenger door. The engine idled, a low, patient growl. The windshield was a solid panel of darkness. The glare from my own headlights did not reach into the cabin enough to show me more than a faint suggestion of movement behind the glass. The driver's side window was just as black. If there was a face in there, it was hidden in shadow. We sat like that for a few seconds, motionless at the lonely crossroads. Two cars frozen under the pulsing red light, like pieces in a game I did not know the rules of. Technically, we were supposed to take turns. Four-way stops are little social contracts. You go, then I go, then the next person. Even blinking, the signal was clear. The sedan did not inch forward. It did not flash its lights. No hand appeared in the window to wave me on. It just sat there, engine humming, lights dead. In the cab of my car, the heater fan sounded too loud. A faint rattle in the dash ticked nervously with each tiny vibration. My pulse thudded in my ears, drumming over the muted click-click of the red lights cycling above us. I realized, with a cold, clean slice of fear, that I could not tell which way the sedan had come from. I had not seen it approach from the right. There had been no gradual arrival, no growing shape in the distance, no faint glow of parking lights. One blink of the red. The intersection had been empty. The next blink, there it was, as if it had taken some other route parallel, underground, just out of sight, and chosen that exact moment to surface. My hand jerked a little on the wheel. I put my foot back on the gas, gently, ready to move. The sedan's engine revved once in response, a quick, ugly snarl that echoed off the empty trees. We were both still. He was there, somewhere behind that glass. The man from Pump 4 was sitting with my name in his mouth and a pocket full of teeth, letting me know without moving an inch that no matter which road I took, he knew how to meet me there. 4.2. The house is supposed to be safe. I do not remember making the decision to move. 1 second I was locked in that cross of red light, with the dark windshield of the sedan staring at my passenger side. The next, my foot was pressing the gas and my car was rolling through the intersection, the blinking red fading behind me like a heartbeat I was choosing to ignore. I did not look directly at him again. I stared straight ahead, past the reaching trees and the fractured lines of the road, until the intersection slid out of my peripheral vision. When it was gone, the urge to slam my foot down and fly as fast as I could all the way home crawled up my leg. Instead, I kept it just above the speed limit, survival instinct arguing with panic. If he was a cop, if that was even possible, I did not want to give him an excuse. If he was not, then obeying the little white signs felt like one of the last normal things I had left to do. Every few seconds, I checked the mirror. At first, there was nothing behind me but my own taillight glow bouncing off damp patches on the road. Then trees. Then emptiness so complete it felt deliberate. I expected at any second to see the blue sedan's headlights flick on, to see them swell in the rear view like twin moons. I expected to see that dark outline slip back into my lane, close the distance inch by inch. The mirror stayed clean, left, right, center. My neck started to ache from the constant twisting. The muscles between my shoulder blades buzzed with tension. Turn signal ticking like a metronome as I signaled for my parents' street. Tick, tick, tick. The car slowed, tires crunching briefly over the rougher gravel at the shoulder before they found the worn asphalt of the neighborhood road. Behind me, nothing. I turned again onto their cul-de-sac. The houses here are all variations on the same box, split levels and ranches. Small porches, sad shrubs, Sometimes a plastic seasonal decoration slumped in the yard. At 4-something in the morning, they were just dark shapes with the occasional rectangle of faint light where someone had left a hallway lamp on for comfort. Our house sat where it always had. Third from the end, from the outside. It looked exactly as safe and stupid and ordinary as it did when I was 12. The only light on was a faint glow from the upstairs hallway nightlight, bleeding down the stairs just enough to give the living room curtains a dim outline from inside. The porch light was off. My dad is obsessive about electricity bills. The front windows were black squares. No movement behind them. No silhouettes. I pulled into the driveway and cut the engine. The silence that followed was immediate and crushing. No more hum. No more slap of tires. No rattle in the dash. Just the soft ticking of the cooling engine and the tiny sounds you do not hear until you have taken the main one away, the whisper of wind against the side mirror. The distant, almost imaginary hiss of the highway miles off. I sat there for a moment, hands still locked around the steering wheel, staring at the house reflected in my windshield. The faint shine turned the windows into streaked mirrors, making the whole front of the house look slightly warped, like I was looking at it underwater. I watched for movement, a curtain twitch, a light flick, the slightest shadow shifting where there should not be one. Nothing. The blue sedan, if it had ever been there at all, was gone. It had not turned into the cul-de-sac behind me. It was not parked anywhere on the street. I checked, more than once. My brain still tried to place it behind every shadow, behind every bush, around every curve. Get out of the car. I told myself. My throat felt tight, my voice small in the enclosed space. You're not safer sitting here. I stepped out into air that felt colder than it had any right to be. The driveway gravel clicked under my shoes. The darkness between our house and the neighbors seemed thicker than usual. But that might have been the way my pupils were blown from adrenaline. My key was in my coat pocket. Familiar weight pressing against my fingers when I curled my hand. I could have gone straight to the door and used it. Muscle memory wanted that. Instead, my feet carried me to the left of the steps, to the patch of dirt between the two overgrown shrubs. The loose brick sat there, slightly crooked, just as it always did. For a second, I just stared at it. The last time my mom mentioned the spare, she had sounded annoyed. The last time I saw muddy footprints stop at our door, every hair on my arms had stood up. The last time I heard the chain move when no one was supposed to be touching it. I had told myself, over and over, that the house was still safe. I crouched down slowly, knees popping in the cold. My fingers dug into the edge of the brick and pried it up. Underneath it, flattened into the damp dirt, was the plastic sandwich bag with the spare key inside. Cloudy, cold, exactly where it was supposed to be. Something in me unclenched and tightened at the same time. If the key was still here, then whoever had been in the driveway before, if anyone had not taken it. If I used it now, I could put it back myself and be sure. I could control that one piece of the situation. My hand moved before my common sense could catch up. I slid the key out of the bag, feeling how cold the metal was against my skin, then stood up and climbed the steps. The front door loomed closer, the chipped paint at the bottom of the frame more visible now. The little flesh-colored scuff where someone had once bumped it with a sofa still there. I slid the key into the lock, turned it. The deadbolt rotated with that same solid, metallic clack I had heard my whole life. The the rubbery resistance of the weather stripping giving way as the door eased inward. The hinges gave a faint, familiar squeak, like an old man clearing his throat. I stepped inside and, in one smooth motion, pulled the door shut behind me and turned the deadbolt again from the inside. The cold stayed outside. The warmth and familiar smells of the house wrapped around me. Only then did I realize I was still holding the spare key. Put it back, I thought. You have to put it back. I opened the door a crack, just enough to slip my hand out, crouched down again, feeling like a magician doing a trick nobody cared about, and shoved the key back into the plastic bag. My fingers were numb now, clumsy as I pressed the bag flat in the dirt and laid the brick back over it, fitting it into its slightly off-kilter nest. I shut the door, turned the lock. For a few seconds, I just stood in the foyer, back against the door, eyes closed. The house smelled like it always did at this hour, coffee residue from the evening's pot, a ghost of something my mom had cooked and reheated, the dry smell of old wood and heating vents. There was a faint trace of whatever candles she had burned earlier, something with a name like Autumn Evening or Warm Vanilla Fireside, an artificial sweetness hovering just under the surface. Sound seeped in gradually as my heartbeat slowed enough for me to hear it. The fridge in the kitchen hummed in its low register, compressor turning over every so often with a soft jut of sound. The ticking wall clock in the dining room marked off seconds steadily, the little metallic click of the hands exaggerating the silence between. Somewhere in the guts of the house, the heater thunked and sighed, air starting to move through the vents in a way you could hear if you listened hard enough. Nothing else. No footsteps. No voices. No TV. I kicked my shoes off quietly on the mat and tiptoed into the kitchen. The tile was cold through my socks, the sort of cold that makes you suddenly more aware of your own body than you want to be. I set my bag on the table, the strap making a soft thunk against the wood. The takeout bag from the shell sat next to it, grease darkening the bottom of the paper in an uneven oval. My stomach growled in response, a delayed reminder that I was still human underneath the fear. I flipped on the overhead light. It washed the kitchen in a warm yellow glow, pooling hardest on the table surface and the countertops, while the corners of the room and the hallway beyond seemed to sink into deeper shadow by contrast. The entry to the foyer became a rectangular mouth of darkness. The staircase beyond it, a vague suggestion of angles and lines. I slid into a chair, the wood creaking softly under me, and unwrapped my food. The paper crackled too loud in the quiet, the smell of the sandwich greasy, salty. Heavy spilled out and filled the space where the candle's ghost had been. I took a bite because the alternative was sitting there and shaking. The bread was warm and a little soggy, the meat lukewarm in the middle. I barely tasted any of it. My jaw moved because that is what you do with food, not because any part of me wanted to be eating. For a second, if you had walked past the window and looked in, you would have just seen a woman in scrubs at a kitchen table. Late night sandwich, overhead light, nothing out of the ordinary. A house like any other, on a dead-end street like any other. Safe. I was halfway through my second bite when I heard it. The sound of a key turning in the front door. It was unmistakable. The same metallic clack I had just made myself only minutes ago. The same rubbery sigh of the weather stripping giving way as the seal broke. The faint squeak of those old hinges protesting the movement of the door. I froze. The sandwich hovered halfway between the plate and my mouth. A piece of lettuce slid out the side and fell back with a soft, wet plop that sounded grotesquely loud. My ears strained, stretching toward the foyer like they could physically lean around the corner. Someone had just unlocked the door I had locked, from the outside. My first instinct was denial. Maybe the heater made a new sound. Maybe the fridge compressor kicked on weird. Maybe wood shifted in the frame in a way I had never noticed before. Then came the next sound, the soft, almost imperceptible thump of the door settling back into its frame. Not a slam, not a quick, careless push, a measured, careful close, like someone was trying not to wake anyone up. My heart was pounding so hard now that I could feel each beat pressing against my ribs. The kitchen light suddenly felt too bright, painting me in stark color, while the rest of the house sat in dark anonymity. I felt exposed, like the interior of my chest was on display. "Mom," I called out, forcing the word past a tongue that felt too thick. "Dad." My voice sounded wrong, too high in the quiet, like it belonged to someone much younger. No answer, no footsteps, no creak on the stairs. I pushed my chair back slowly, the legs scraping on the tile in a way that made my skin crawl. Every instinct screamed at me to stay put, to call 911 from my chair, to not move an inch closer to that hallway. Some other part of me, the part that had worked night shifts, that had stitched strangers' skin back together while listening to them lie about what happened, needed proof, needed to see. I stepped into the doorway between the kitchen and the foyer, one hand on the edge of the frame as if it could hold me up if something was wrong. The yellow spill from the kitchen light cut across the floor, stopping just short of the front door, leaving it in a kind of twilight. The door was closed. The blonde wood panel looked just like it always did, paint smudges and all. The deadbolt was turned the little bar horizontal, the way it sits when the lock is engaged. What made my stomach drop was the top of the door. The chain was hanging loose. Again, the little slider sat halfway down its track, the chain dangling straight, links lightly touching the wood in a way that made no sound now, but promised it could. I stared at it, throat tightening. I knew I had hooked it when I came home. I remembered the feel of the chain in my fingers, the weight of it as I dropped the end into its slot. This was not forgetfulness. This was change. I took one step closer. The air near the door felt colder, as if something had come through and left a piece of the outside behind. My eyes dropped to the floor. Just inside the threshold, on the faded welcome mat, lay the cloudy plastic sandwich bag that belonged under the brick outside. It was torn open down one side, a jagged rip like it had been yanked too hard by impatient fingers. It was empty. 4.3. The search through every dark room. For a second, I could not move. The torn plastic bag on the mat, the empty inside of it, the chain hanging loose above the door, it all sat in front of me like a picture I did not know how to read. My brain kept trying to file it under normal things, the trash ripped, the lock forgotten, the door just settling. None of those labels would stick. Then everything in me snapped at once. I turned and bolted for the stairs. The house shook under my feet. Every step up the staircase groaned loud enough to wake the dead, let alone two aging parents. My hand slid on the banister. My heart was pounding so hard it made the edges of my vision fuzz. I did not knock on their bedroom door. I slammed it inward with my shoulder and hit the light switch so hard my knuckles skinned themselves on the wall. The overhead fixture flared to life, washing the room in a flat, unforgiving yellow that made everything look too sharp. My parents jerked awake like puppets yanked on strings. My mom jackknifed halfway up from the mattress, one hand flying to her chest, fingers clenching in the fabric of her sleep shirt. Her hair was flattened on one side, her eyes wide and glassy, pupils too big for the light. My dad flailed for his glasses on the nightstand, knocking over a glass of water that toppled and spilled down the side in a slow cascade. He shoved the frames onto his face crooked, squinting at me like I was something that had crawled in from under the bed. What he snapped. Breath already short with the shock of being yanked out of sleep. "What is it? Someone just came in the house," I blurted, my voice cracked halfway through. "The front door. The key." Someone words jammed up in my mouth. I could feel my hands shaking. My mom sucked in a sharp breath. "What do you mean came in? I heard the lock." I said, "The key turned. The door opened. The bag with the spare is inside. It's ripped." The chain, my dad was already moving. He threw the covers back and swung his legs out of bed with more speed than I had seen from him in a long time. His feet hit the carpet. He crossed to the dresser in 3 strides, propped up beside it, half hidden behind a laundry basket, was the aluminum baseball bat he kept just in case. I had grown up seeing it there, part of the scenery, like an extra piece of furniture nobody talked about. He grabbed it with his right hand, adjusting his grip like someone reacquainting themselves with an old tool. The hollow metal made a low, dull bong as it bumped against the dresser. "Stay with your mother," he said, already moving toward the door. Of course we did not. My mom swung her legs over the side of the bed, feet fumbling into worn slippers. "You are not going down there alone," she hissed, pushing herself to her feet. Her hands were shaking so badly she had to steady herself on the bedpost. I followed them both, because the idea of staying behind alone in that bedroom while someone else walked through the house with a bat was worse than the idea of facing whatever was downstairs. We stepped into the hallway. 3 shadows thrown long and weird by the single nightlight glowing halfway down. The carpet muffled our feet, but the house itself did not cooperate. Every board under the hallway groaned in complaint at having 3 people cross it at once, on the stairs. The sounds changed. The wooden treads creaked under my dad's weight first, then my mom's, then mine. The handrail rattled under our combined grip. Somewhere inside the walls, the heater clicked unhappily at the disruption to its schedule. At the bottom, the foyer and living room yawned in front of us, edges blurred where the nightlight glow died. My dad paused, bat held low but ready, the muscles in his forearm taut. "All right," he said, voice low. "We check everywhere. If someone's in here, they picked the wrong damn house." My mom made a soft, frightened sound that might have been a laugh if it had more air in it. We started with the living room. My dad led, sweeping his gaze across the space, bat's end making a faint ticking sound every time it bumped the door frame or nicked the side of a piece of furniture. The TV was off, dark glass reflecting our shapes in mute, warped form. The couch was empty. Throw blanket folded neatly over the back where my mom had left it hours ago. The blinds were closed over the front windows, slats angled downward. No light leaked in. No shape pressed against them from outside. He yanked them open anyway, slamming the string down. Slats snapped up in a clatter, revealing only the black sheet of the night beyond and the vague shadow of the front yard. No faces, no movement. "Nothing here," he muttered. Next, the small downstairs bathroom off the hall. He flicked the light switch with the end of the bat. a habit left over from years of not wanting to touch anything in old houses with his hands. The harsh overhead light burst on, glinting off the faucet and the toothpaste-speckled mirror. The shower curtain was pulled halfway closed, drooping on its rings like it was tired. I had never been scared of a shower curtain before that night. My dad grabbed the edge and yanked it back in one abrupt motion. The rod rattled. The curtain rings scraped loudly along the metal. The tub was empty, white enamel, a gray ring of soap scum. No feet, no crouched figure, no one pressing themselves flat against the tile. He flicked the light off again. We moved to my brother's old room next. The door was already ajar, more my fault than anything else. I had been in there earlier in the week, rummaging through old boxes, looking for a thicker blanket. Posters of bands he had loved in high school still clung to the walls in various shades of faded. A dusty shelf of participation trophies from baseball and soccer sat untouched, the engraved plates dull. My dad nudged the door open with the bat and stepped inside. The light from the hallway spilled across the bed, flattening the tangled old comforter and the two pillows into anonymous shapes. He clicked the lamp on with the back of his wrist. He checked the closet first, pulling the door aside and jabbing the bat into the dark between hanging shirts. Wooden hangers rattled. The faint, stale smell of old clothes and dust puffed out. No one there. Then he crouched and lifted the bed skirt with the bat, peering underneath. The mattress sagged in the middle, the slats visible. Nothing but a couple of lost socks and a long-forgotten shoebox. The room felt small with all three of us in it, the air heavy with our breath. My mom's breathing had gone high and shallow. I could hear the faint wheeze at the top of each inhale. Nothing, my dad said again, voice tighter now, not entirely reassuring. We stepped back into the hallway. The house answered us with its usual chorus, a settling creak somewhere in the walls, the distant ticking of the kitchen clock, the low hum of the fridge. Underneath it all, my heart hammered loud enough that it felt like it was making its own sound, separate from my body. Then came the basement. My dad stopped in front of the basement door, which sat at the back of the hallway like the entrance to something older than the rest of the house. The wood was a little more worn here, the paint chipped at the edges from years of boxes bumping into it. The knob a dull brass polished by hundreds of hands. He wrapped his fingers around the doorknob and twisted it slowly, eyes narrowing like he expected resistance. The latch turned with a smooth click. He pulled the door open. Cold air breathed out from the dark. It smelled like damp concrete, cardboard that had absorbed too much moisture from too many rainy seasons, and the metallic tang of tools that had been left to sit too long. He reached in and flipped the light switch on the wall. The bulb at the top of the stairwell stuttered once, then came to life in a dirty yellow halo, revealing the narrow wooden steps descending into the cluttered shadows below. A second light cord hung from the ceiling above the laundry area, but it was off. Only the stair light glowed, leaving the corners in long strips of gray. "I'll go," he said. "You two stay up here. If you hear anything, lock this door and call 911. My mom's hand closed around my forearm. "Be careful," she breathed. He gave a short, humorless snort. "If someone's down there, they'll be the one who needs to be careful." The aluminum bat looked too small and too light in his grip as he started down the steps. Each footfall made the wood complain, a loud, hollow creak that echoed off the concrete floor below, from the top of the stairwell. My mom and I stood shoulder to shoulder, craning to keep him in view as he descended, our shadows long and shaky on the wall beside us. Downstairs, His boots thumped on the slab. We heard the shuffle of boxes as he moved them with the bat, the dull thud of the bat tapping against shelves and plastic bins. "You see anything?" my mom called down, voice breaking on the last word. "Just your Christmas junk," he called back. "Thought you were going to throw some of this out. It should have been funny. It wasn't." At one point, as he moved toward the far corner where the old water heater stood and the foundation wall ran under the living room, we heard a different sound. Soft, a scrape, low and drawn out, not above us, where our feet were, but beneath, deep under the floor, as if something hard was being dragged lightly along the concrete foundation. The sound vibrated through the studs and into the air, more of a sensation than a noise. It felt like the structure of the house was shivering. My mom's grip on my arm tightened enough to hurt. I swallowed, throat suddenly dry again. "Dad," I called down. He did not answer right away. We heard him shift a box, the bat thumping against something metallic. Then, a moment later, his voice floated up. "What did you hear?" that I asked. Hear what the scraping had stopped. "Nothing." I lied. He muttered something under his breath and moved again, his boots knocking against the edge of the washer, the bat tapping the hollow underside of the stairs. For a few long heartbeats, the only sounds were the house breathing and my blood roaring in my ears. Eventually, his head appeared in the stairwell again, then his shoulders, then the rest of him. He was breathing a little heavier, more from adrenaline than exertion. In his left hand, pinched between two fingers, he held up the cloudy plastic bag from the foyer. "Found this on the floor down there," he said with a scowl. "Empty." "Did you tear it?" I shook my head. My mouth would not form words. He blinked at me over the top of his glasses, then at my mom. Neither of us said anything. He sighed, loud and frustrated. "Well, whoever had it, they don't anymore. They're not down there now." He shut the basement door firmly, turned the lock, and gave the knob an extra wrench as if to confirm it would not open again. The bat stayed in his other hand. "Back door," he said. "Then we're done." He moved toward the kitchen, toward the sliding glass door that led to the backyard, the bat tapping a staccato rhythm on the tile as he went. My mom followed close behind, muttering about calling the police, about changing every lock in the house come morning. For a second, I stood alone in the hallway. My brother's old room door was still halfway open, a slice of dim lamplight cutting across the carpet inside. I do not know what made me peel off and go in there again. Maybe it was that scraping sound from beneath us. Maybe it was the way my father had said they're not down there now, as if that meant anything. Maybe it was just the feeling that something had been missed, something small but important. I slipped inside and pulled the door mostly shut behind me, leaving a narrow gap. The air in the room felt cooler than the hall, still holding on to the night. Dust floated in the lamplight like tiny, slow fireflies, acting on some instinct I did not have a name for. I dropped to my knees beside the bed and lifted the bedskirt again. Flashlight beams from childhood horror movies flashed through my brain, monsters. Pale hands, eyes. Instead, I saw the same thing as before, bare floor, a lost sock, the shoebox. No one hiding, no extra shadows. I let the fabric fall back down and pushed myself up, palms leaving faint prints in the dust on the side of the mattress. As I straightened, something at the level of my knees caught my eye. The inside surface of the bedroom door, near the bottom, just above the baseboard. 3 thin, fresh gouges ran straight down through the paint into the wood. They were close together, no wider than my little finger, and perfectly parallel. Each one started higher up and dragged downward in a jagged line, stopping where they hit the molding. Tiny curls of wood still flaked outward at the edges, pale against the darker paint. I reached out and touched them lightly. The grooves were rough, the wood torn recently enough that it had not had time to smooth. Something hard and sharp had raked down the door from the inside of the room, and whatever hands or claws or tools had made those marks had done it quietly enough that none of us had heard a thing. Woo. 1. The moment knees hit the carpet, the rest of the house turned into a checklist. After the basement and my brother's room, my dad shifted into a mode I had only seen a few times growing up, the same mode he used when a storm knocked out the power or when a pipe burst in winter. A tight, practical anger. A problem he could hit with a bat. Attic, he said. Like the word itself offended him. He jabbed the bat toward the hallway ceiling hatch at the far end. The flimsy pull string hung there, swaying slightly in the draft from the heater. My mom followed him. Fingers knotted together so tightly, her knuckles were bone white. Her lips moved silently, a private stream of half-remembered prayers slipping out between breaths. I trailed behind them, my head still full of the image of those 3 gouges raked down my brother's door. Every sound was too sharp, the whisper of their slippers on the carpet, the tap of the bat's butt on the floor, the soft click of the thermostat kicking on again. In the hall, my dad leaned the bat against the wall, grabbed the attic cord, and yanked. The hatch door dropped a few inches, and the folding ladder unfolded with an ugly squeal, metal joints complaining as they extended. A breath of colder air drifted down from the black square above, smelling like insulation, dry wood, and forgotten things. "Stay back," he said, more out of reflex than authority at this point. He climbed slowly, the old ladder wobbling under his weight. Each step sent a jitter through the frame that made my stomach clench. At the top, his head disappeared into the attic darkness. I saw his arm reach off to the side, hunting for the pull cord of the bare bulb up there. With a click and a low hum, the bulb lit, turning the dust in the air into a fine, floating fog. From below, I could see the edges of stored boxes, old suitcases, the skeleton of a Christmas tree in a ripped cardboard container, the kind of mess that accumulates over decades of normal life. He moved around up there, bat in one hand, lifting lids, poking behind stacks. The attic floorboards creaked under his steps in that high, hollow way that makes it sound like the house is talking to itself. Anything my mom called. Just junk, he answered, and enough dust to kill a horse. The tension in my chest did not ease. There was something about the attic that felt too far away from what I had heard, that slow, careful key in the lock, the soft closing of the door. Whoever had taken the spare and slipped inside hadn't gone up. They had moved sideways, not up. They had come in hungry, not nostalgic. My dad climbed back down, folded the ladder with more force than necessary, and shoved the hatch closed. It thunked into place with a dull finality that felt fake. "Coat closet," he said. The coat closet was the narrow one by the foyer, across from the dining room entry. He reached it in a few strides, yanked the door open, and stood there framed in the dim light from the hall, as he swept the bat through the hanging coats. Plastic hangers knocked together with a clacking sound, like cheap teeth. The smell of old wool and leather puffed out, mixed with the faint trace of winter air stored in the fabric. Boots and shoes sat jumbled in a plastic tray at the bottom, heels worn, laces tangled. He crouched, dug through them with the bat's end, then shut the door again. "Nothing," he said. Next came the little laundry room off the kitchen. He flicked the light on with his elbow, bat still in his hand. The recessed fluorescent groaned awake, flickering once before settling into a sickly hum. The washer and dryer sat side by side, lids closed. Soap bottles and detergent pods lined the shelf above. He kicked the laundry basket aside with one foot, checked behind the machines, opened the closet where the water heater and mop bucket lived. The sharp, hot metal smell of the heater and the mildew tang of the mop water hit in a wave. "No one," he said over his shoulder, "unless they're flat as a pancake." My mom let out a breath that sounded like she had been holding it for an hour. "We should still call somebody," she murmured. "Just in case, so. The key I'll call in the morning," my dad replied. "The way people do when they are already halfway through deciding not to. We'll change the locks. No sense having cops stomp through here now when there's nothing to show them." They moved together toward the back door, the sliding glass leading out to the yard. The light over the sink made their shadows stretch long and thin across the tile. My mom started listing people they could call: the locksmith, the neighbor who was good with tools, the police non-emergency line. Her voice dropped to a low murmur as they rounded the corner into the little nook by the door. I stopped at the edge of the foyer. Something felt wrong there, in that narrow space between the front door and the dining room. The foyer was small, just a patch of hardwood where the mat sat. The front door, the little table with the glass bowl for keys, and the opening into the dining room just beyond. The overhead light in the foyer had a warmer bulb, and it cast everything in a soft yellow that made the edges of furniture blur slightly. From where I stood, if you glanced quickly, nothing seemed out of place. The front door was shut, the deadbolt turned, the chain, now, was actually hooked. My dad must have slid it back into place without me registering it. The little table stood where it always had, mail piled neatly, a dish for loose change. To the right, the dining room opened up. Big wooden table, 8 chairs around it, all tucked in tight the way my mom insists they be every night. The china cabinet against the far wall, its glass doors reflecting small rectangles of light from the kitchen. The carpet in there absorbed sound, made everything look softer. From standing height, the room was exactly as boring and familiar as it had always been. A place for Thanksgiving, for birthday cakes, for tax papers spread out and sorted. The clock in the living room ticked steadily. The thermostat made a soft little buzz on the wall as it adjusted. From the back of the house, I could hear my parents' voices, my mom still talking, my dad answering in short, firm syllables as he checked the lock on the sliding door. We had looked in the attic, in closets, under beds, behind machines. We had not looked under anything in the room that took up the most space in the center of the house. The thought landed in my head in one solid piece, like someone dropping a brick into water. We keep looking on top of things. No one has looked under anything. My feet moved before I had fully finished thinking it. I stepped fully into the dining room, the transition from hardwood to carpet muting my footsteps instantly. The plush fibers rose up around my socks. There was something comforting about that feeling. a childhood memory of stretching under this table to color while adults talked around me. Their knees and shoes a forest of legs. The table now felt different, up close. Its presence was heavier. The thick wooden legs, the broad stretch of its underside, the deep overhang where the chairs slid beneath it all combined into one big, dark rectangle of shadow. The foyer light reached only so far, beyond a foot or so from the edge. The space under the table pooled into a dense black that reminded me of the inside of the blue sedan's windshield. I stood there, looking at that strip of shadow, my heart picking up speed again. My palms were slick. The bat's hollow taps against door frames in the other part of the house sounded faint and unreal now, like they were happening in a different world. A sensible person, a person alone, might have flipped on the overhead dining room light first, flooded the room, banished the shadows. I did not. Maybe it was the same stubborn streak that made me check my own back seat instead of just trusting my gut and driving away. Maybe it was the specific, cold curiosity that sometimes hits you in the middle of a night shift. When you are so tired, you push yourself toward the worst possible answer just to see if it is really there. Without fully deciding, I moved closer to the table. The carpet fibers crunched faintly under my weight. That caught me off guard. The dining room carpet is old, but it should not crunch. It is not that kind of material. I took another step. Crunch. Not loud. Not like breaking glass. Just a soft, brittle grit that gave under my socks along with the pile, like stepping on coarse sand that had been scattered across the floor. The smell in the room felt subtly different. Still the underlying house smell wood. Dust, the lingering ghost of candle wax, but with something slightly sour threaded through it. A hint of sweat that did not belong to my family. My knees unlocked on their own. I lowered myself slowly, joints creaking, palms brushing the edge of the table as I went down. The wood was cool under my fingers. My jeans pulled tight across my thighs as I knelt. The closer my face was to the carpet, the stronger that faint, gritty sensation became. Tiny, hard points pressed into my kneecaps through the fabric. When my hand brushed the carpet to steady myself, I felt tiny particles under my fingertips, hard, irregular, not uniform like salt or sugar. I told myself it was crumbs, tiny shards from a plate that had broken months ago and never been vacuumed properly. Little bits of track-in gravel from someone's shoes. A million innocent things. The space under the table yawned in front of me. A big, dark, square mouth. I bent forward, one hand on the floor, one still on the table edge, and lowered my head. Neck muscles tight, breath held without realizing it. For a second, all I saw was black. Then my eyes adjusted. The table legs became vertical lines at the corners of my vision. Chair legs, a forest of them, framed the space like bars. The carpet under there looked darker, flattened in paths where feet had been over the years, and in the center of it, only inches off the floor, something pale hovered in the dark. Eyes, two of them, very pale irises, almost colorless in the thin light leaking in from the foyer. Wide, unblinking. The whites were not white at all, more a dull gray crisscrossed with thin red veins. They were already looking at me. They had been looking at me, waiting. Long before my face broke the plane of the table edge, I had not startled something. I had joined it, below them, in the shadow. A curve of lighter color peeled back slowly. A smile. too many teeth catching what little light there was in small, uneven flashes. 5.2. Teeth in the carpet and the box cutter. For a second, my brain refused to make the shape under the table into a person. It was like looking at one of those optical illusions where your eyes keep flicking between two possible pictures, vase or faces, duck or rabbit. Except this time the choices were worse: nothing, or the man from the Shell station lying 6 feet from my parents' front door. He was on his side, shoulders pressed against the far side of the table, one cheek mashed into the carpet. From this angle, he looked too long, his spine a crooked line, knees bent up toward his chest to fit in the low space. His face was turned toward me. His lips were stretched into a grin so wide it looked physically wrong. The corners of his mouth had split, small crusted cracks at either side, as if the skin there had been forced past where it was meant to go. His gums were a wet, dark pink above teeth that were too yellow, too numerous, some crooked, some chipped. It was the same smile I had seen half reflected in the gas station canopy light, but now there was no windshield, no distance, no anything between us but a few inches of stale air and the table's shadow. His eyes did not blink, very pale, almost colorless irises locked onto mine, pupils pinpoints in the dim, thin red veins spidered across the whites, some broken in little crescents. Up close, I could see a faint spray of broken capillaries at the edges, like someone had squeezed around his eyes too hard, too often. One of his hands was wrapped around the nearest table leg. The knuckles were scraped raw, skin peeled back in jagged crescents, dried blood dark around the edges and fresh, brighter red in the cracks. His grip was so tight the tendons stood out under his skin, cords running from wrist to fingers. The other hand disappeared under his chest, pressed against something he was half lying on. His shoulders rose and fell in shallow, almost soundless breaths, each exhale making a faint, wet hiss through his teeth. Between us, scattered across the carpet, lay what my brain tried, desperately, to call crumbs. White fragments, irregular, glinting slightly in the weak light that made it under the table. At first, they looked like bits of popcorn or dried plaster. Then my eyes focused. Some of them were the size and shape of teeth, little pegs and crowns, some with roots still attached. A couple stained darker at the ends. A curved piece lay closer to him, pale and smooth on one side, porous and pitted on the back, with empty sockets marching along its length. A segment of jaw, broken off. The bone around the holes stained a faint brownish red where something had once been. Other chips were more jagged splinters of bone with sharp, pale edges, dusted with dried, flaking rust-colored blood. My right knee shifted slightly on the carpet, weight redistributing because my body suddenly wanted to be anywhere but here. Something under my kneecap crunched. It was not loud. It was a soft, brittle crackle, like stepping on a snail shell or a piece of dry popcorn. I felt it more than heard it, tiny points giving way, grinding into finer grit between my bone and the floor. A wave of nausea slammed into me so hard I almost gagged. The sound inside my head drowned everything else, the pounding, frantic thud of my own pulse in my ears, the thin rasp of my breath trying to get in and out past the tightness in my chest. Under it, like a second, quieter rhythm. I heard the faint grind of tooth and bone powder shifting under my weight. He chuckled. It was not a full laugh. Just a small, wet exhale that bubbled through that too wide grin, making his upper lip twitch. The sound crawled over my skin like insects. Time did that elastic thing where everything stretched and sharpened. I saw details in fragments. The grease stain on the front of his Red Sox hoodie, darker in the folds. The faint outline of something rectangular under the fabric at his waistband. The dirty seam of his jeans where they met his socks. The thin line of drool at the corner of his mouth, glistening in the half-dark. Then he moved. His hand shot off the table leg and clamped around my wrist. His fingers were like cold wire, thin, hard, and impossibly strong. Each one digging into the meat of my forearm with bruising pressure. His nails short, filthy, edged with ground-in black bit into my skin. The speed of it snapped me out of whatever trance I had been in. I screamed. It was not a pretty sound. It tore up out of me raw and automatic, like my body had decided to make as much noise as possible before my brain could tell it to be quiet. It scraped my throat on the way out, high and shaken, echoing weirdly in the small space under the table, and then blooming outward into the house. From down the hall, my mom screamed too. It came a split second after mine, an echo in a higher, more panicked register. "Get back," my dad yelled, somewhere behind me. "Move!" The man under the table did not flinch at the noise. He pulled. The table leg his other hand had been clutching gave him leverage. He braced one shoulder against it and used that fulcrum to drag himself a few inches toward me and me a few inches toward him. My knees slid on the carpet. More grit ground under one of them, crunching, grinding into my jeans. My wrist felt like it was caught in a metal clamp. From the hallway, I heard the heavy thump of my dad's footsteps and the metallic ring of the bat hitting something, maybe the doorframe, maybe the wall as he tried to navigate the tight space in a hurry. "Let go," I screamed, yanking backward. My shoulder burned with the sudden strain. Up close now, I could see the skin on his arm where his sleeve had ridden up. There were scratches there, long, thin lines, some older and healed, others fresh and red. One looked like it had been made by 3 parallel points dragged at the same time. His grin did not change. "Got you," he whispered. The words were barely louder than his breath, but I heard them clear as anything. My dad burst into the dining room. The bat was raised, his face set in a way I had never seen before, not angry, exactly, but stripped down and hard. He had to stop short at the edge of the table. The chairs were still neatly tucked in, their backs aligned. They formed an obstacle course between him and the space under the table. He swore under his breath, shoved one chair aside with his hip, shouldered another out of the way. The bat's tip clipped a chair back, making a hollow, ringing sound. He lost a second or two in the chaos time. I felt like I could count in individual heartbeats in my throat. The man under the table used every one of those seconds. He twisted his body, rolling from his side onto more of his front, his grip on my wrist pulling me closer as he went. My hand slammed into the carpet, palm skidding over tiny fragments that bit into my skin. Pain flared up my arm. His hoodie rode up his torso as he rolled. For a moment, I saw something pressed tightly against his chest, half pinned between his ribs and the floor. A small plastic bag, cloudy, like a sandwich bag, but thicker. It bulged in patches with pale, irregular shapes, white fragments, more of them, packed tight, some with edges pressing against the plastic so hard they deformed it into sharp little peaks. In one corner, something metallic glinted a thin band of chain. dulled with a crust of dark red in places. My dad roared something wordless and brought the bat down. The aluminum whistled through the air and connected first with the edge of the table. The sound was sickening, a deep, denting thunk as the bat struck solid oak. The impact jolted up his arms and diverted the swing. It still hit the man, but at a glancing angle, slamming into his shoulder instead of his head. There was a wet thud, a sound of meat taking a blow. The man's body jerked. A grunt punched out of him, low and animal. He did not let go of me, if anything. His fingers tightened, digging deeper into my wrist. I felt something pinch a nerve, lightning shooting up into my elbow. Instead of recoiling, he used the motion. He rolled with the hit, twisting his torso and hips, dragging me with him. The plastic bag crinkled under his chest, the pale fragments inside grinding against each other. In the roll, the hem of his hoodie flipped higher, exposing the waistband of his jeans. Tucked into it, between the denim and the stained cotton of his shirt, was a box cutter, the cheap kind you get at hardware stores. Yellow plastic handle, silver slider, a rectangle of metal with a razor-thin blade peeking out of the end. His hand left my wrist for one heartbeat. In that instant of slack, I tried to yank free, scrambling backward. My palm slipped on bone dust and teeth. My knees caught on the edge of the carpet where it met the hardwood, sending a sharp stab of pain through one of them. His other hand moved faster, fingers wrapped around the box cutter's handle. The faint rasp of metal on plastic whispered as he pushed the blade out with his thumb. The sound was so small I might have imagined it, but I did not. I could feel it in my teeth, in the same way you feel a knife on a plate. My dad swung the bat again, lower this time, aiming for where he could see an arm, a shoulder, any part of the man that was not under the table. The man lunged inside the swing, using the table leg and my wrist as anchors. Suddenly, he was half out from under the table, his upper body exploding into the open dining room like something crawling out from under a rock. The box cutter flashed in his hand, catching the dining room's dim light for a split second. The blade a thin, perfect line of silver. Time bent again. In that warped second, my gaze snagged on the plastic bag under his chest. The angle had shifted. It was half pulled out now, one corner sticking free near his armpit, the contents pressed against the clouded plastic, clearer in the new light. Teeth, lots of them, whole ones, broken halves, little chips, a darker, denser chunk that looked like part of a cheekbone, jagged at one end, and looping between two of the bony pieces, tangled but still recognizable, was a necklace, a cheap little silver cross on a thin chain. The cross itself was simple, plain arms, no engraving but there, right at the center where the beams met, was a single red bead threaded onto the chain. The bead was chipped on one side, making a tiny crescent missing, like someone had dropped it once on concrete. I knew that necklace, not because I had ever seen it on his neck, because I had seen it every night for weeks on a piece of paper taped up in the urgent care break room. Missing. Under the bold black headline was a grainy photo of a young woman in her 20s, smiling stiffly at the camera. The cross with the little red bead sat at the base of her throat, catching the light. The text beneath described what she was last seen wearing. It mentioned the necklace specifically. She had disappeared 3 towns over after a late shift, last seen at a gas station, in my parents' dining room, under our table. The same necklace hung from the corner of a cloudy plastic bag half full of teeth and broken bone, pressed against the chest of the man who had just crawled out of my headlights. 5, 3. Blood on the bat. Blood on the floor. The box cutter flashed once, just a thin silver line in the air, and then there was blood. My dad's bat came down again, and at the same moment, the man's arm snapped upward, blade first, like he had been waiting for the timing. The razor caught my dad across the forearm. It did not look real for a split second, just a red line appearing where skin had been, like someone drawing across him with a marker. Then the line opened. The skin split in a clean, obscene way, and blood jumped out, a spray of dark red droplets that hit the edge of the table, the china cabinet glass, and the carpet in a fine mist. My dad shouted a raw, startled sound, more from shock than pain at first. He jerked back, the bat's arc thrown off again. It clipped the attacker's shoulder and then slammed into the table leg so hard the whole piece of furniture shuddered. Plates in the cabinet clinked against each other. The man under the table laughed. It was low and breathy, a choked giggle that sounded too close to crying. His eyes were bright now, wider, teeth pink around the edges where they caught the spray. My mom rushed into the room, screaming my dad's name. Mine, God's, all mixed together. She went for the man's wrist, the one holding the box cutter, grabbing it with both hands, like she could will the tendons to stop working. The blade whipped and jerked as he twisted, and I watched, helpless, as a thin red line bloomed across the back of her hand. Tiny beads of blood swelled up along the cut, then spilled over, streaking down her fingers. "Stop!" she yelled at him, voice cracking. "Stop! Stop! Stop!" He wriggled like something that had never quite learned to move like a person. He was smaller than my dad, narrow in the shoulders, but that made it easier for him to slip between us and around obstacles. Panic strength poured off him in waves, his muscles working with the wild, blind efficiency of an animal caught in a trap. His bare feet, when he lost his shoes, scrabbled on the carpet, toes digging in for purchase. He twisted his hips and kicked hard at one of the dining chairs. The heavy wooden leg crashed into my sternum. The air punched out of my lungs in one ugly grunt. I fell backward, hands scrambling for anything to stop the fall. My spine hit the carpet, then the hardwood beyond its edge, nerves lighting up in a white flare of pain. For a few seconds, all I could hear was a high-pitched whine and my own gasping as my body tried to remember how to breathe. The room above me turned into a tangle of legs and arms and shadows. My dad's ragged breathing came in sharp bursts, each one whistling slightly as he tried not to groan. The metallic clank of the bat hitting the table leg again rang out, sending vibrations through the wood. My mom's sobs broke in stuttering rhythms, half screams, half cries, and under it all, that horrible sound, the attacker's low, breathy giggle, even when he grunted in pain, even when my dad connected with something solid, and there was that awful meat thud again. The giggle bubbled through, thinner but still there. "Let him go," my mom yelled. "Get out of my house." He tore himself free. It happened in a rush, a twist of his shoulders, a shove back against my dad's wounded arm, a jerk of his wrist that dragged the blade along my mom's palm as she lost her grip. Her hand opened involuntarily, fingers clawing the air as blood smeared across his sleeve. He rolled away from us, half crawling, half sliding out from under the table. As he moved, his hoodie dragged across the white tablecloth, leaving streaks of red like someone had wiped a soaked paintbrush across it. The plastic bag under his chest crunched and crackled. A few more bone chips spilled out onto the carpet in his wake, skittering like dry beetles. For a fraction of a second, his face passed directly over mine. We were inches apart. His pupils were bigger now, swallowing most of the pale irises. A fine spray of blood freckles dotted one cheek and the bridge of his nose. His scalp glistened with sweat along the hairline. His mouth was still pulled into that grin, but it had slipped at one corner, revealing a knot of dried blood in the split there. His breath washed over me hot, sour, coppery. "Bye," he whispered, almost playfully. Then he was past me. He scrambled to his feet in the foyer, one hand on the wall to steady himself, the other still clamped around the box cutter. Bare soles slapped against the hardwood, leaving partial footprints in blood and dust. My dad stumbled after him, bat in his good hand. The other arm clutched tight to his chest. Blood ran in rivulets down from the gash, dripping off his elbow in slow, fat drops that splattered the floor, each one hit with a soft, obscene pat. "Get back here," my dad shouted, even though we all knew the last thing we wanted was for this man to come back. The words came out more like an instinct than an instruction. The front door exploded open in front of the attacker, banging hard into the wall. The chain lock rattled uselessly, hanging loose, just metal on metal now. No safety. A new rush of cold air slammed into the house, sweeping through the foyer and into the dining room, raising goosebumps on my sweat-slicked arms. For a moment, the outdoor light from the street lamp filtered in just enough to silhouette him. A thin, hunched shape at the top of the steps, hoodie stained. One arm pulled tight around his chest where my dad had hit him. His head turned slightly back, like he might look at us one last time. Then he bolted. His bare feet hammered down the front steps, slap, 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 and then hit the concrete walk. By the time my dad reached the doorway and braced himself against the jamb with his injured arm still clutched to his body, the man was already halfway across the yard, a darker streak moving through the gray. "Stop," my dad yelled into the dark. "Hey." The only answer was the wind in the trees. The attacker hit the tree line at the edge of our property and disappeared. No crackling of branches loud enough to follow. No crashing. Just gone. Swallowed by the deeper dark between the trunks. There was no engine revving, no car door slam, no squeal of tires. When I dragged myself upright and staggered to the porch beside my dad, the street was empty. No blue sedan, no parked car at the curb, just quiet houses and sleeping neighbors and that one dead streetlight a few doors down. As usual, my dad slammed the door. The whole frame shuddered. He threw the deadbolt with his good hand, the metal clack shaky and too loud. He slid the chain back into its slot, the links rattling. Then, taking a breath that hitched midway through, he shoved one of the dining chairs across the foyer and jammed it up under the knob, wedging it against the floor. My mom was in the kitchen, sobbing as she tore dish towels from the drawer. Blood streaked her fingers, dripping onto the linoleum. It left little Rorschach blots that would not wash out later. "Sit, sit," she kept saying to my dad, even though she was the one whose hands were shaking too hard to tie a knot. "You're bleeding. You're bleeding. I'm fine," he grunted, even as he sank into a chair, the bat clattering to the floor beside him. The aluminum now had smears and spatters along its length, darker streaks that would oxidize if you left them long enough. I grabbed more towels, my fingers numb and clumsy, and pressed them against the gash on his arm. The cut was deep, lips of skin parted, muscle exposed in a way I had only seen on strangers before, in clinical settings under 2 bright lights. Seeing it on my father in our dining room made my stomach lurch. Blood soaked through the towel almost immediately, warmth seeping into my hands. I added another layer, pressing harder, hearing his teeth clamp together as he hissed through them. "Call 911, my mom said. Call them now." Her own cut hand still bled, thinner lines along the side of her palm and knuckles, blood tracking down to her wrist. She wrapped a towel around it and held it tight, fingers trembling. I called. My voice sounded weird to my own ears, too calm and too high. Facts coming out in the clipped, efficient order drilled into me by years of working around emergencies. Home address, intruder, weapon, injuries. "Are they still in the house?" the dispatcher asked. "No," I said, staring at the front door, half convinced it would burst inward again. He ran. "I don't know where. Please just hurry." While we waited, time went elastic again. The kitchen and dining room became a series of snapshots. My dad's forearm, swaddled in white that was rapidly turning red, his face pale, that stubborn line in his jaw refusing to relax. The bat on the floor, metal smeared and dented where it had hit the table. My mom's eyes wide and glassy, mascara smudged down into faint streaks, her hand bandaged in a towel now mostly pink. The front door, chair jammed under the knob, chain glinting, deadbolt steady, and the carpet. I looked down and saw my own knees, fibers of the dining room carpet stuck to my skin where my jeans had ridden up, little strands clinging in the dampness left by sweat and blood. Tiny flecks of something off-white and gray adhered to the hairs on my shins, bone dust and tooth grit, ground so fine it looked like coarse sand. Closer to the table, the carpet told the story the way a scene photo would. Droplets and smears of blood darkened the fibers, some round, some dragged by movement. White chips lay scattered, some with sharp edges, some curved, some so small they were only visible when the light hit them at the right angle. If I had not known what they were, I might have mistaken them for bits of plaster from the ceiling or paint flakes. Now, I could not unknow it. When the police arrived, they brought the cold with them. They tracked in night air and flashlight beams, radios crackling on their shoulders. One officer kept a hand near his holster, eyes scanning every corner, even as he told us we were okay now. Another started asking questions, voice low and steady, as if tone alone could rewind what had just happened. Then came EMS, cutting away the sleeves of my dad's shirt, checking depth, talking stitches and tetanus and transport. They cleaned my mom's hand, wrapped it properly, glanced at my scraped wrist and knees and declared me lucky. Lucky. The word felt obscene. At some point, a third officer fetched evidence bags and a camera. They took pictures of the door, the torn plastic bag on the mat, the scuffed foyer, the dining room, the table with its smeared cloth. Each flash popped too bright, bleaching the horror for a second and then leaving it still there. More real. I stood in the doorway, blanket over my shoulders now because someone had decided I was in shock, and watched them work. One of the officers, a younger guy, his cheeks still pink from the cold, crouched near the spot where my knees had been. His gloved hand hovered over the carpet for a moment, selecting which piece to pick up first. He chose one of the bigger fragments. It was about the size of a large coin, but thicker, pale on one side where it had been the outer surface, porous and darker on the other where it had broken away from something larger. He lifted it carefully between thumb and forefinger, bone dust puffing slightly where it left the carpet. He turned it in the light of his flashlight, inspecting it from different angles. From where I stood, I could see the curve of it, the smoothness, the faint ridge. You see enough skull X-rays, enough trauma CTs, enough diagrams in textbooks, and your brain starts to recognize certain shapes. This one slid into one of those mental slots with awful ease. The inside curve was still visible, not a random chip, not a little sliver of something, a piece of skull big enough that, once upon a time, it had been part of the roundness of someone's head. Whoever they had been, whoever had worn that little silver cross with the red bead before it ended up in a bag. Under my table had their skull broken apart somewhere else. Some other night, long before those pieces ever got ground into my parents' carpet under my knees. The officer looked from the fragment to me, his expression tightening just slightly, the professional mask slipping for half a second. "Ma'am," he said quietly, as if volume mattered. "We're going to take all of this with us, as if leaving it here was ever an option." 6.1 Statements and Suspicions. By sunrise, my parents' house did not look like a home anymore. It looked like a crime scene on TV. The yellow tape came first. One of the older officers stretched it across the front yard, looping it around the porch rail and the crooked mailbox post, the plastic fluttering in the cold breeze as if it were breathing. The words, "Do not cross," repeated over and over, a mantra that meant nothing to nosy neighbors, but everything to us. Inside, they started planting flags small, numbered evidence markers that turned our dining room and foyer into a numbered map. Little yellow tents stuck into the carpet beside bone fragments, drops of blood. The scuff where the chair had slammed into my chest. Flash photography popped in irregular bursts, each bright white strobe bleaching the scene for a split second before leaving it even more unreal when the darkness closed in again. Officers came and went, tracking in melting snow and dirt on their boots. Water from the soles pooled on the entry mat, turning dust into thin mud. Radios crackled low on their shoulders, dispatch voices murmuring in code I only half understood from too many graveyard shifts near cops. My parents sat on the living room couch, wrapped in blankets an officer had brought from a trunk, like we were the victims of a house fire instead of something stranger. My dad's arm was heavily bandaged in a makeshift wrap, red slowly seeping through the layers. My mom's hand was taped up, bright white against the faded pattern of the couch. They both looked 10 years older. I kept being moved, first to the kitchen chair, then to the edge of the armchair in the living room, then finally to the piano bench near the front window, where the detective set up his notebook and a small digital recorder between us. He was maybe mid-40s, hair thinning at the temples, tie slightly loosened. There were dark half-circles under his eyes, more from years of this than from last night. His name tag said Harper. He clicked the recorder on with a soft beep. "Just say your full name for me," he said. I did. My voice sounded thin and raw in the quiet. The living room felt wrong, coffee table shoved aside to make room for tripods, the rug askew, a bright evidence marker sitting on the threshold to the dining room like a little warning. "All right," he said. "Let's start from when you left work tonight." I told him. I talked about the urgent care, the bar fight guy, the old woman with chest pain, the click of the clock over the nurse's station as we all counted down to shift change, the decision to stop at the Shell cache for gas, maybe something to eat. I described the station, the big cracked parking lot, the buzzing sign. The bored cashier who did not look up, the canopy lights flickering, then him. I told Detective Harper about the man at Pump 2, the Red Sox hoodie, the messy hair, the way he kept his head angled down like he was listening to something under his feet, the smell of sweat and smoke and that thin vein of metallic copper. I talked about the trick, how he asked if I wanted to see a funny trick. I said, my fingers clenching reflexively around the coffee mug someone had shoved into my hands. I had not actually drunk any of it. It had gone lukewarm in minutes. The finger thing, like you're pulling it off. Harper nodded, pen moving. The old kid trick. Yeah, he wouldn't stop, I said. Even when I looked away, he just kept doing it, watching me. Then I described the second trick, how he said he had a better one, how he cupped his hand, pulled out the tooth. Describe the tooth again. The detective said, even though I already had. Small, I said, like a premolar yellowed, root still on it. There was dried blood near the root, not a lot, just this brownish ring. Are you sure it was a real tooth? He asked. He was not confrontational about it, just precise. Yes, I did not hesitate. I work in urgent care. I've seen teeth knocked out. It was real. He watched me for a second, weighing that, then wrote something else down. I told him about the way the light flickered and what I saw in the back seat, the trash bag, the pile underneath it, the fragments that looked like more teeth and bone. Could it have been something else, he asked? Rocks, maybe some kind of construction debris. Numb, I said. The image of that curved piece of jaw in my parents' carpet came back so sharp it hurt. It was bone and teeth, I'm sure. He nodded slowly, eyes narrowing, and flicked a glance toward the dining room, where a crime scene tech was crouched in a paper suit, carefully sweeping smaller chips into a tray with a soft brush. We went on. I told him about leaving the station, seeing the sedan pull out behind me with its headlights still off, the shape in the rear view that disappeared and reappeared at the intersection, the way it rolled into the cross street like it had taken some other route and still managed to end up there, sideways to me. We looped back. He asked, are you sure his headlights were off the whole time twice? 3 times, phrased differently. Could you have missed them, Lair, from your own fog? They were off, I said. I would have seen them. I kept looking. He asked about the door. Walk me through getting home, he said. Every step, so I did. Pulling into the driveway, the hallway light upstairs, the silence when the engine stopped, getting the spare key from under the brick. I do have my own key, I said, hearing myself start to babble. My hand went to the brick. I don't know why. Habit, I guess. I put it back. I swear to you, I put it back under there. He tilted his head, pen hovering. You're sure you put it back? Yes. The word came out too fast, too hard. Could you have forgotten? You just had a unusual encounter. I flashed to the plastic bag on the mat, ripped down one side. Empty. No, I said. Quieter. I remember. I didn't tear it. His eyes were tired but not unkind. He wrote it down anyway, like the world had room for both my certainty and the fact that memory is a liar. We talked about the sound key in the lock, the door opening, closing. What time would you say that was? I don't know. Maybe 10 minutes after I got home, you were eating when you heard it. Yes, and you didn't look right away. I froze. I admitted. Yeah, I froze. He did not judge me for that. Or if he did it privately, behind his eyes. The sounds of the house wove around our conversation. The little desktop printer in the corner of the dining room whirred and chirped as it spit out pages, faces, and names and descriptions from the state database of missing persons. A portable fingerprint scanner hummed faintly on the foyer table while a tech took prints from the inside of the front door, from my parents' bedroom door, from the underside of the table. Camera shutters clicked in bursts as they documented every angle. Occasionally, a radio on someone's shoulder hissed to life, voice murmuring something about units and codes and times, then clicked off again. My dad came back from the ER that afternoon with 12 stitches marching up his forearm in neat black knots. My mom's cut was sealed with medical glue, thin purple lines like marker tracing where the blade had been. My own injuries were minor enough that they barely merited more than a glance. Bruising along my jaw where the chair had slammed into me. A ring of finger-shaped marks on my wrist where he had grabbed me, already darkening to an ugly purple yellow. My knees were scraped raw. Tiny dots of blood where bone grit had broken the skin. Lucky. One of the EMTs had said again, if this was luck. I did not want to know what the alternative looked like. The detective finished with me, for the time being, and left with the evidence bagged and labeled. The plastic sandwich bag from under his chest, the torn bag from the mat, the bone fragments, the blood swabs, the box cutter they eventually found half stuck under the radiator in the dining room. Blade still out, drying red along its edge. For a while after they left, the house was quiet. Too quiet. Every tick of the wall clock sounded like a misstep on the stairs. The fridge hum felt like someone sighing in the next room. When the heater kicked on and the ductwork expanded with its usual pops and groans, my whole body tensed. The chain on the front door made a tiny metallic jingle when the draft shifted it, and I almost threw up at one point. My mom poured cereal into a bowl for herself and spilled some on the floor. Later, when I stepped on a stray flake in my socks and it crunched under my heel, my heart slammed into my throat. For a full second, my brain thought bone. Sleep became less of an event and more of a temporary malfunction. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw the underside of the table, those very pale eyes inches off the floor, already locked onto mine. I felt that crunch under my knee again, grit grinding against my kneecap. I heard his laugh, that low, breathy giggle. I started hearing other things too. The faint slide of metal that sounded like the chain being drawn back. Even when I was staring at it and it was still, the imagined click of a key in the lock. The whisper-soft drag of something along the foundation that I could not tell was real or just my mind replaying that scrape from the basement over and over. A few days later, Harper came back. The yellow tape was gone by then, but the house still felt marked. My parents had had the locks changed. The spare key under the brick was gone for good, and my dad had started leaving the porch light on all night despite the electric bill. The detective came in with a manila folder tucked under his arm and that same tired look in his eyes. "We've got something I need to show you," he said. We sat at the kitchen table this time. The dining room was a no-go zone, the carpet still bearing faint shadows where the worst stains had been scrubbed out. He opened the folder and slid a series of black and white printouts onto the table, fanned them out so we could see. Grainy CCTV stills. The timestamps in the corners were from different nights, different locations. I recognized some of the station logos in the backgrounds. Others I did not. All of them were the kind of places I had stopped at 100 times in my life, fluorescent-soaked islands off the highway. 24-hour oases for truckers and graveyard shifters. In each shot, the angle was slightly different, one from above the pump islands, one from the store entrance, one from a corner of the lot. The resolution was bad enough that faces blurred, but shapes stayed. The same dark blue sedan appeared in almost all of them, sometimes pulled up at a pump, sometimes parked just beyond the main camera's focus, as if someone had tried to avoid being seen and only half succeeded. Near the sedan, in several of the shots, a man moved through the frame, hood up in some, down in others. Red Sox logo faint but visible on the front of his sweatshirt in more than one. That same slight forward tilt to his head, like he was listening for something most people could not hear. Harper tapped one photo with his pen. "This is your shell," he said. 4 nights before your incident. The timestamp matched a date I recognized from the urgent care logbook, a night I had been off. The man stood between pumps in the shot, hands up, fingers positioned like he was about to show someone a trick. In another still, from a station 2 towns over on I-90, he was caught walking toward the camera, eyes half-shadowed, mouth pulled into that too wide, almost smile. The sedan idled behind him, headlights off, though it was clearly after dark. We pulled footage from every station within a reasonable radius of your place, Harper said. We also cross-referenced dates. He slid one more sheet across the table, a printout of a news release I recognized. The young woman with the silver cross and red bead smiled stiffly from the page. Below the photo, bold text, last seen 11:52 p.m. at Greenfield Mart, exit 37 I-90. Next to it, Harper laid another CCTV still from that same Greenfield Mart. The young woman's outline was visible near the store doors, head down as if checking her phone. In the farther corner of the lot, just at the edge of the frame, the blue sedan sat, engine off, lights off, a faint silhouette in the driver's seat. Head tipped down, another flyer, another missing girl, different town, another gas station image, same car, same hoodie. He did not need to draw the lines. They were already there. Looks like he's been doing this a while, Harper said quietly. Up and down I-90, gas stations, late hours, isolated lots, women, mostly alone. His pen tapped one of the photos where the man's face was caught half-turned toward the camera, features smudged but recognizable. And the night he walked into your parents' house, he added, you were the one who got away. 6.2. The women on the wall. Going back to work felt wrong in a way I did not know how to put into words. They told me to take time. HR said the right phrases: process the trauma, utilize your resources. We're here for you. My parents wanted me to quit altogether, find something else, anything else. But the rent money I did not have yet, the debts, the feeling of sitting in that house all day listening for noises that pushed me back under the fluorescent lights sooner than anyone really thought was healthy. By the time I returned to urgent care, a few weeks had passed. My wrist wasn't in a full cast, but I was still wearing a soft brace, black and velcroed, the skin underneath tender from where his fingers had wrapped around it. My jaw still ached some mornings, a dull phantom of the chair leg's impact that flared when I yawned too wide. The first night I walked into the building, my badge beeped at the staff entrance, just like always. The automatic door sighed open. The smell hit me antiseptic, stale coffee, cheap microwave food, that weird mix of latex and human bodies, a smell I had always associated with normalcy, shifts, routine, and suddenly it felt like stepping into a memory that did not quite fit anymore. People tried not to stare, and failed. I got the soft, careful looks, the ones you give car crash survivors and patients in neck braces. Co-workers I had laughed with over drunk idiots in the waiting room now put a gentle extra space between their words and mine, like I might crack if they got too close. Oh my God. How are you? Did they catch him yet? I heard he had a bag of I shut that down with a look. The ones who knew more who had maybe heard from cops, or from my parents, or from someone's cousin on the force had the decency not to finish their sentences. The ones who did not know all the details tried to drag them out of me anyway, drawn to the story like a sore tooth. You must be so scared still. One of the receptionists whispered, as if that helped. I shrugged and went through the motions, clocking in, checking the schedule, slipping back into the rhythm of vitals and charts and gloves snapping over wrists. My body remembered the steps even when my brain wanted to be anywhere else. It was the break room that hit me hardest. We call it a break room, but it is really a windowless box with a table, 4 mismatched chairs, a microwave that always smells faintly scorched, and a fridge that hums louder than any appliance has the right to. The fluorescent tubes on the ceiling buzz, one of them flickering just enough to make your eyes hurt if you stare. On one wall, by the door, there is a bulletin board. When I first started at urgent care, it held predictable things: CPR certification flyers, potluck sign-up sheets, an old holiday party invite, a wellness week poster nobody read. By the time I came back, one side of it had been quietly taken over by faces, missing persons, flyers printed on regular printer paper, edges curling, pinned up with dull thumbtacks. Have you seen me in big block letters over school photos, selfies, grainy family shots, underneath descriptions, last known locations, numbers to call. I knew most of them already. They'd been there before the attack. Girls and women from the surrounding towns, most in their 20s, one a teenager, one in her early 30s. The older flyers were more sun-faded, the white gone slightly gray. My eyes went straight to one in particular. She was 23, dyed red hair that had been bright once and now looked a little washed out in the photo. Roots showing. She was smiling in that cautious, not sure what to do with my face way people do in DM5 pictures. Around her neck hung a cheap silver cross on a thin chain, the kind you pick up at a mall kiosk. At the center of the cross, threaded through the chain, was a single red bead, tiny, imperfect, with a chip missing from one side. The same necklace I had seen pressed against cloudy plastic, half buried in teeth and bone under my parents' dining room table. Seeing it here, around her living neck, in a photo taped to a corkboard between a flyer for yoga sessions and a reminder about hand hygiene, made my stomach flip. I was still staring at her when the break room door opened. Detective Harper stepped in, shoulders hunched slightly to clear the frame. He looked even more tired under our lights than he had in my parents' kitchen. Same thinning hair, same loosened tie, same dark moons under his eyes. He had a file folder tucked under one arm and a styrofoam cup of something that smelled like burnt coffee in his hand. "Mind if I sit?" he asked. I shrugged, pulled my legs in closer to my chair to make space. "It's your crime scene. I said before I could stop myself. He half smiled at that, the kind of expression people use when they want to acknowledge the joke but not encourage the sentiment behind it. He sat across from me, the chair squeaking under his weight. The fridge hummed louder for a second, like it had opinions. "We got some results back," he said, flipping the folder open. He did not sugarcoat it with good news or bad news, just results. He slid a printed page across the table. I did not pick it up right away, just glanced down. It was a lab report, all barcodes and long words, with a name highlighted near the bottom. The same name printed at the bottom of the red-haired girl's flyer on the wall. "DNA from the bone fragments under your table match her," he said quietly, confirming what we suspected based on the necklace. I swallowed. My mouth tasted like paper and antiseptic. "Her family's been notified," he added. "We're not telling them all the details, just that she's been positively linked to a suspect we're pursuing." He used the word linked, like we were talking about a chain of evidence instead of the fact that parts of this girl's skull and jaw had been scattered under my knees while I was staring into her killer's eyes. "We also found trace DNA from at least one other individual," he went on. "Too damaged to match yet. We're still working on it." I thought of the bag under his chest, how full it had been, how many teeth it would take to fill that plastic space. The words he used were clinical: massive blunt force trauma, post-mortem dismemberment, selective trophy removal. They were phrases I'd heard before in different contexts, on charts and in lectures and in late-night true crime shows people put on in the background. Now they sat on top of the memory of that chalky crunch under my knee, the feel of grit digging into my skin. Every syllable added weight to it. "So he keeps them," I said. My voice sounded flat. Harper nodded. "Teeth, small bone fragments, personal items. We think he takes those with him, dumps the rest somewhere else, somewhere you haven't found yet," I said. He didn't answer directly. He didn't have to. The ice machine in the corner picked that moment to drop a load of cubes into its bin. The sudden crash of ice on plastic made me jump so hard my chair legs squealed against the tile. My heart lurched, fingers curling around the table edge. "Still jumpy?" he asked gently. "The sound under the house." I started, then stopped. And the thing under the table, it's like my body's waiting for it again. He nodded like he'd heard variations of that sentence 100 times. Maybe he had. "We don't think this was just random," he said after a moment. Flipping to another sheet in the folder, "I wanted to talk to you about that." My skin prickled. "What do you mean?" He laid a CCTV still in front of me, different from the others I'd seen. This one was from our own parking lot. I recognized the tilt of the camera. It was the one mounted high on the corner of the building, pointed roughly toward the staff spaces. In the center of the frame, there I was, hood up, scrubs half hidden under my parka, work bag slung over my shoulder. I was walking toward my car, head down, keys in one hand, the glow from my phone lighting my jaw. The timestamp in the corner was from several weeks before the attack. A night shift, a normal one. "Do you remember this night?" he asked. I shrugged. "They all blend together." "Yeah," he said. "That's what everyone says." He tapped the lower left corner of the photo with his pen. "Look there." At first, it just looked like glare. A strange brightness on the side window of my car, like the camera had caught a reflection at the wrong angle. Then my eyes adjusted. In the reflection, faint but unmistakable, was a face, distorted slightly by the curvature of the glass, washed out in grayscale, but still. Very pale eyes, too wide mouth. He was standing just out of frame, close enough to my car that the window caught his image even though the camera could not. Watching me fumble for my keys, unlock the door, slide behind the wheel. Every hair on my arms rose. How long, I asked, staring at that ghostly reflection. How long was he doing that? Harper flipped through more pages, more grainy stills. He shows up on cameras near your job, near your route home, several times in the weeks leading up to that night, he said. Stations along I-90, your shell. A Dunkin' down the road. Nights you were scheduled. So he just picked me. We think he watched you first. He said, picked you because of your routine. Same shift, same gas station, same route. You were predictable, like a commute, like a habit, like a gas pump you always favored. I thought about the way he had looked at my badge, how he'd said my name out loud, rolled it lazily off his tongue. You people work real late, he'd said. He hadn't just been making conversation. He'd been telling me he already knew that. We're working it, Harper said, gathering the photos back into the folder. We've got his face, his car, his pattern. He's not invisible. I stared at the bulletin board over his shoulder. The red-haired girl, the girl next to her with the shy, sideways smile, the older woman whose hair was pulled back in a tight bun, eyes tired but kind, women I might have seen in waiting rooms, in grocery stores, in line at gas stations, women who had probably thought they were just making one quick stop, one pit break, one late-night errand before bed. So how many times? I asked quietly. Did he stand just out of my sight before he decided to crawl under my table? Harper didn't answer that either. He didn't need to. 6.3. Moving out. But not moving on time passed in that blurry way it does after something sharp cuts through your life. Days stacked on days. But nothing felt like a clean new page, just more scribbles on the same torn paper. On the surface, things changed. My parents did everything you are supposed to do after a break-in, and then some. The front door got a new lock system, high-security deadbolt, long screws into the frame, reinforced strike plate. A security guy came out in a branded van and talked about layers of defense, like we were at war. There was a keypad now, and chimes when doors opened, and a little blue LED that stayed on all night, winking from the entry panel. There were no more spare keys hidden outside. The brick between the shrubs stayed where it was because my dad did not want to think about digging it up. But the space underneath it was just dirt now. No plastic bag, no backup. If you did not live there and you did not have a key, you did not get in. End of story. Inside. The changes were quieter but heavier. The bat did not live by the dresser anymore. My dad kept it leaned against his side of the bed. And it wasn't alone. He bought a handgun. I found out about it because one afternoon I walked into my parents' room and saw him sitting on the edge of the bed with the black plastic case open beside him. In it, nested in foam, was a pistol and a small stack of magazines. His jaw was set in that same hard line I'd seen in the dining room. It's just for protection, he said when he realized I was in the doorway. I'll get the classes. Lock it up safe. I'm not going to be stupid with it. Now there's a little biometric safe on his nightstand. Your finger opens it. The gun sleeps in there next to his reading glasses and blood pressure pills. It should have made me feel safer. It just made everything feel more permanent. The dining room changed too. They ripped the carpet out. You cannot really get bone dust and that much blood out of fibers, no matter what the internet says. I helped pull up the stained section, gloved and masked like the text had been, lifting it in stiff, brittle chunks. Underneath, the subfloor had dark circles where blood had seeped through. Someone from a restoration company came and sanded it down and sealed it. They laid new carpet, slightly different color, slightly different texture. From a distance, it looked normal. Up close, you could still see where the old lines met the new, faint seams like scars. After that, I couldn't sit at the dining room table. Every time I tried, my brain projected him back into the space under my chair. All I had to do was blink, and I would see pale eyes looking up from the shadow, feel the crunch under my knee, smell that sour metal breath. Standing in the doorway, I could still feel where my knees had pressed into the old carpet, even though it was gone, like phantom pain from an amputation. Except the limb had never been part of my body, it had been part of the house. I started taking my meals in the kitchen. My parents didn't say anything about it. But sometimes I'd catch my mom looking at the empty dining room, the table perfectly set with nothing on it, like a stage nobody was willing to use anymore. It got to the point where walking past that doorway on my way to the stairs made my shoulders go tight. I would speed up without meaning to. Like the room was a mouth I did not want to be near when it decided to close. That was when I started looking for my own place. At first, it felt like betrayal. My parents had been attacked too. My dad bled trying to get that man off me. My mom still wore a faint pink line on her palm where the blade kissed her. And now I was going to leave them in the house where it happened, with the bat and the gun and a keypad instead of a daughter. But being there was slowly eating me alive. I jumped at every creak of the floorboards. I obsessed over whether the chain was really in place. Anytime someone mentioned stopping for gas, my throat closed. When winter ended and the trees leafed out again, the shadows around the house shifted in new ways, and every one of them looked like a blue sedan parked with its lights off. So I started scrolling listings. I wanted height. I wanted barriers. I wanted concrete and buzzers and doors that could not be opened with one stolen key and a steady hand. I found a place about 20 minutes closer to work, a third-floor apartment in a generic beige building that could have been anywhere in New England. 11 units, no shrubs, no porches, no cozy hiding places. The main entrance had a glass door with a code lock and an intercom system. You had to punch numbers and buzz people up. The hallway carpets were thin and ugly. The walls were painted the same off-white as every other rental. My unit had a deadbolt, a peephole, and one solid core door between me and the world. I signed the lease. Moving out felt like peeling off a layer of skin. My dad rented a U-Haul and pretended his arm didn't hurt when he carried my boxes. My mom fluttered around me, packing kitchen stuff I didn't ask for, slipping extra towels and canned food into bags like I was going to be stranded on a desert island instead of in a building with shared laundry. The last morning, I stood in my old bedroom, the one with the faded posters and the ceiling fan that had watched me grow up and then come crawling back. The room looked bare again. Just a bed frame, empty closet, indent in the carpet where my dresser had sat. It should have felt full circle. It just felt temporary. Like every version of me that had slept in that room had been interrupted by someone else's story slamming into the house. "I'm not leaving because of you," I told my parents at the door. "I'm leaving because of him." My dad nodded. lips pressed together. "Good," he said. "Then maybe he doesn't get to live here in your head anymore." He was wrong about that part. In the new apartment, the soundscape changed, but the anxiety did not. Gone were the rural quiet nights where every sound was the house itself stretching and sighing. Now there were neighbors on all sides, a thud of footsteps overhead, faint music through one wall, the distant thrum of someone's TV through another. Pipes ticked in the walls when someone upstairs flushed. The elevator at the end of the hall whirred and clanked, cables humming, doors bumping open and closed with a sigh of rubber seals. My fridge had its own personality. It hummed most of the time, annoying but comforting, sometimes. Though, it would suddenly snap off with a clunk that sounded exactly like a deadbolt sliding home. Every time it did, my shoulders hit my ears. Trash trucks came early. Sirens wailed further off. Now and then, someone would laugh too loudly on the sidewalk below my window at 2 a.m, and I'd lie there and imagine them turning toward my building, craning their necks to see which window was mine. I started writing at the little table by the window. It was something one of the therapists at work suggested, externalizing the trauma, she called it. Like I could just move it from my brain onto paper and it would stay there. At first, the words came out dry, clinical. On March 3rd, at approximately 4:15 a.m., an unknown male subject entered the residence. It sounded like a police report. Boring, distant. Then, one night after a double shift, I opened my laptop and started typing the way I actually remembered it. Not just dates and times, but smells, sounds. The way the gas pump clicked off, the way my knee dug into bone dust, the way his voice sounded when he said my name out loud at the Shell. It poured out of me like something that had been waiting for the right crack in the dam. I told myself I was only writing it for me, to get it out, to line it all up in order so my brain would stop playing it on loop at 3 a.m. Skipping stutters of footage out of order like a corrupted file. Then I caught myself editing, adding details, deleting weaker sentences, shaping it into something that sounded less like notes and more like a story. The detective called me one last time a few months after I moved. It was a Wednesday, just after noon, and I was still in my scrubs from an overnight. The apartment felt like a box someone had closed me in. My phone buzzed across the table. "We found the car," Harper said when I answered. "No hello, just straight into it." His voice sounded flatter over the phone, like distance had ironed some of the weight out of it. "The blue sedan?" I asked, even though I knew. "Yeah, abandoned in a long-term parking lot in another state. Wiped clean. No prints, no blood, nothing useful. So he just walked away from it. Looks that way. Is that good?" I asked. "For us, for anyone. It tells us he's mobile," Harper said. "That he's careful. That he knows enough to dump a car when it gets too hot. Past that, no. It doesn't give us much. Any arrests?" A pause. Not yet. The words hung between us as loud as a shout. He told me they believed he had moved on. Maybe changed vehicles. Maybe changed regions. Maybe gone dormant for a while. "These guys don't usually stop," he said. "They just get better at hiding." When we hung up, the apartment felt even smaller. The walls seemed to lean in an inch, the ceiling drop a fraction. I opened my laptop again. If I could not get away from the story, maybe I could own the way it was told. I had been writing it like a letter without fully admitting that to myself, addressing someone who was not there. You probably think, when you hear this, phrases like that starting to slip in toward the end. Some nights. I imagined sending it to one of those YouTube channels that read true horror emails and turned them into 20-minute videos for people to listen to alone in their cars or kitchens. Let the story live in somebody else's house for a change. Let other people carry a piece of him in their heads so he wasn't just mine. I did not send it. Not yet. One night. After another overnight. I pulled into my new building's parking lot around the same cursed hour 3:45 a.m. The lot was half full, sodium lights casting everything in that sickly orange. I scanned automatically for a dark blue sedan, even though I knew his had been abandoned states away. Every darker shadow looked like it was about to resolve into his car. None of them did. I killed the engine, listened for a second. Just the ticking of cooling metal, the faint distant growl of the highway, a dog barking somewhere. Inside the building, the lobby smelled like bleach and stale air. I keyed in the code at the front door, the lock buzzing as it unlatched. The stairwell light flicked on as I pushed through. I took the stairs instead of the elevator, counting steps, 12 per flight, 3 flights. My feet made small, hollow sounds on the concrete. The hallway on my floor was empty. The industrial carpet was that anonymous blue-gray every apartment building seems to buy in bulk. Overhead lights hummed. I walked toward my unit, key in hand, mind already halfway to the leftovers in my fridge. It took my brain a second to register the darker smudge in the carpet just outside my door. At first, it just looked like dirt, a slightly darker oval, right where someone would stand if they were facing my lock. I almost stepped on it. Would have. If something in me had not yanked my eyes downward at the last moment. I stopped. The stain wasn't just random. It had a pattern. 4 rough shapes, like the front of a boot sole had pressed in harder at the toe and ball and lighter toward the edges. A faint curve where the heel had landed and lifted. The tread left a subtle, familiar zigzag on one side, like someone had dragged their foot just a little before stepping away. I had seen that pattern before. Once, in the back of my parents' car. A dirty smear on the passenger side back floor that had smelled faintly of mud and something metallic. A mark I had stared at in the Shell station lot, telling myself it was just from one of us, from some forgotten errand. It looked the same now, same size, same angle, standing there in the hallway. My key halfway to the lock, lights buzzing overhead and the building around me asleep. I realized something I had been trying not to put into words since that night under the dining room table. Moving out had changed my address. It had not changed the fact that, somewhere out there, he knew how to follow people home. 7.1. Addressing the listener. Right now, as I am typing this, I am sitting at another table. Not the big wooden one my parents still can't use. A cheap, wobbly thing from a flat-pack store in town, jammed into the corner of my third-floor apartment kitchen. The kind of table you can lift by yourself, that leaves little half-moon dents in the vinyl floor if you drag it instead of picking it up. My laptop is open in front of me. The screen is too bright for this hour. A rectangle of bluish light that makes the rest of the room feel darker than it actually is. The overhead fixture buzzes a little, the bulb throwing a hard yellow circle directly down onto the table. It leaves a sharp black shadow underneath it, a long dark tongue where my legs disappear. I try not to look at that shadow too much. Behind me, the fridge hums in that steady, low way I've almost tuned out. Every so often, It kicks into a louder cycle without warning, the compressor grinding, and then drops off suddenly with a clunk that sounds uncomfortably like a deadbolt sliding home. Every time it does that, my shoulders twitch. Through the thin wall to my left, I can hear my neighbor's TV. It's turned low, all muffled dialogue and occasional canned laughter. Above me, someone moves around in their kitchen cupboard doors, opening and closing. A chair scraping. Pipes tick quietly inside the wall as hot water passes through. From the street 3 floors below, there's the faint whoosh of cars passing. Not constant, just here and there late stragglers, delivery trucks, people who work the same stupid shifts I do when the street is quiet. I can sometimes hear the elevator at the end of the hall whir into motion, cables humming, doors sliding open with that soft, rubbery sigh. The apartment is not silent. It's just full of small sounds that don't care whether I'm paying attention. I did not open this laptop tonight to check social media or lose myself in videos. I opened it to write this email to you. You, the person who runs the channel this is going to land in. And you, the person hearing it being read out loud right now. Maybe you got this video because you were searching for the same thing I typed into the search bar a few months ago: home invasion, true story, gas station. That's how I found your channel. I couldn't sleep. I didn't want to sleep. Every time I closed my eyes, I saw him under the table. So instead, I lay in bed with my phone 6 inches from my face, the room dark except for that glow, and watched strangers' horror stories autoplay one after another. Gas station creeps, stalkers. This is why I never drive at night anymore. Your videos kept showing up in the sidebar, then in recommendations, then in the next up queue. Eventually, my thumb stopped on your channel name like it recognized something. I've heard you say this story was sent to me in an email so many times now that the words have become part of the way my brain thinks. That's what I'm doing tonight, sending my story in an email. Not because I think you're going to solve it. Not because I think this will help the detective, or the lab techs hunched over microscopes somewhere, or my parents sitting in a house that does not feel like theirs anymore. I'm writing this because everyone else has their version of what happened. The police have theirs: dates, times, evidence tags, charges that might be filed someday if they ever put cuffs on the right pair of wrists. The hospital has theirs: ER notes, wound descriptions, female, late 20s, presenting with. My parents have theirs: the night a stranger bled in their dining room and turned their safe little split level into a place you locked twice before going to the bathroom. This is what it felt like from the inside. I know you get a lot of stories. Some are probably fake, some are exaggerated. I work in urgent care. I know how people talk when they want attention. I'm not telling you this is more important than anyone else's. I'm just telling you that when I say I felt bone crunch under my knee, I'm not being poetic. I mean, I felt someone else's skull, in pieces, ground into a carpet my parents picked out of a discount catalog. So, to whoever is listening to this right now, yeah, maybe you're in your car, parked at a rest area off some highway, phone propped on the dash. The lights in the lot are too bright, and the trees beyond them are too dark. You keep glancing at your mirrors, telling yourself you're just being paranoid. Maybe you're in your kitchen, sitting at your own table that you've never had to look under before. There's a snack in front of you, something stupid and comforting, and your fridge hums behind you just like mine does. Maybe you just finished a late shift. Maybe you're still in your work clothes logo on your shirt, badge clipped to your chest, and you put this video on to keep you company while you eat dinner at 4 in the morning. Maybe your gas tank is half empty and you're already thinking about where you'll stop next time. I'm not here to tell you not to. I still have to stop for gas. I still have to walk from parking lots to front doors. I am here to tell you what it was like the night the wrong person decided I was predictable. Everything about that night started so normal it makes me angry. The urgent care, the coffee, the cold walk to the car, the way my keys felt between my fingers, the habit of stopping at the same shell, the stupid little calculations about saving a few cents paying cash. I can still hear the sound the pump made when it finished filling my tank. That solid, final click as the handle snapped back just enough to shut off the flow. It's a sound you hear 1,000 times in your life and never really register until the night it becomes part of something else. Now, every time I hear it in real life or even in a commercial, my skin goes tight. Because the last time that sound meant you're done. You can go. There was a man already standing too close to me, asking if I wanted to see a funny trick. I can still hear the hiss of my parents' front door opening that night, the soft, rubbery pull of the weather stripping, the tiny squeak of the hinges I grew up with. I heard that sound my whole life and never thought about it until the moment I knew for a fact there was no one else in the house who should be causing it. When you're lying in bed, in a place you think is safe, and you hear that sound at an hour when everyone who belongs there is either already inside or already asleep, something in your body answers it before your brain does. Blood rises. Breathing changes. Doors inside your head slam open and shut. I can still feel the grind of bone under carpet. You don't think about what carpet hides. Not really. You vacuum. You spill things. You drop crumbs. You don't expect other people's teeth to be mixed in with the fibers. When my knees hit the floor under that table and I shifted my weight, and something tiny and hard cracked underneath. It didn't feel like stepping on a Lego or a bit of gravel. It felt dry, fragile, like something that used to be solid, had spent too long out of a body, and was starting to forget how to hold itself together. I think about that a lot. Actually, how bone decides to stop being part of a person and start being dust. Right now. As I type, my fingers are hovering over the keys. The laptop fan whirs quietly, pushing warm air against my wrists. I keep pausing to listen. Just now, my radiator ticked twice a sharp metallic snap, then another. As the metal expanded, I flinched before I could stop myself. My eyes went to the door, to the chain, to the deadbolt, as if two small noises in the wall meant someone was at the lock. Writing this out has not made it easier, like the therapist said it might. It has just made everything sharper. I notice every little sound in here now. The elevator sigh, the neighbor's footsteps, even the faint click my own keys make when I drop them in the bowl by the door. There's one thing I haven't told the detective. I've thought about mentioning it. I've rehearsed how I would say it on the phone, how he would tilt his head and write something down and tell me it was probably nothing, or maybe something. But either way, they'd look into it. I haven't told him because I know how it sounds. About a week ago, I woke up in the dark and knew, even before I opened my eyes, that it was the middle of the night. The kind of thick, stale dark you only get between 3 and 4 in the morning, when the last of the late people and the first of the early people haven't changed places yet. My phone was face down on the mattress next to me. I rolled over, grabbed it, thumbed it awake. 3:12 I lay there for a second, heart oddly calm, brain foggy, and then I heard it. The sound of a key turning in my apartment door. Not the buzz of the building's front lock downstairs. Not someone else's door closing somewhere along the hall. My lock. My door. One clean, careful turn. The metal parts shifting, the pins aligning in the cylinder with that soft, solid little click you feel as much as hear when you're holding the key. Then nothing. No follow-up, no hinge creak, no footstep. I lay there, every muscle locked, listening so hard my ears hurt. After a while, I forced myself to get up. My feet felt like they belonged to someone else as they carried me across the room. I didn't turn on the light. I stood in the dark in front of the door, looking through the peephole into an empty hallway. The deadbolt was still engaged. The latch was vertical, exactly where I'd left it. The chain. Though, the chain was dangling loose. I know I hooked it before I went to bed. I remember the feel of the metal between my fingers, the way the slider sticks halfway if you don't lift it just right. It's become part of the ritual lock. Deadbolt, chain, double check. That night, at 3:12 in the morning, after I heard a key in my lock and no one came in, the deadbolt was still locked and the chain was off. 7.2. The pattern spreading out. When I first started writing this tonight, I promised myself I wouldn't keep flipping over to other tabs. Just get it all down, hit send, and decide later whether I regret it. Of course, I broke that promise within an hour, between paragraphs. My fingers keep drifting to the trackpad. Muscle memory pulls the cursor up to the top of the screen, over to the little icon that opens my browser. It's like scratching around a scab. You know it will make things worse. But there's this sour satisfaction in feeling it again. I'll finish a sentence about the crunch under my knee, and before my brain can stop me, I'm already skimming through news alerts. Unidentified remains found off I-80. Authorities investigating possible link between missing woman and highway rest stop incident. The phrasing changes, but the bones are always the same. Literally. I read true crime forums now, which is funny because I used to hate them. Departments of strangers arguing about cases they don't actually have to look at. Armchair detectives with too much time and not enough empathy. Now I scroll through threads at 2 in the morning while my fridge hums and my radiator ticks. There's one name that keeps popping up. Not officially, but in the way people latch onto labels, the teeth collector. Some Reddit post will start with, anyone else notice all the recent unidentified remains, cases with teeth missing? Someone in the comments. Username something forgettable. Will mention rumors from a friend's cousin in law enforcement about an offender who takes teeth and small bone fragments from victims along interstate corridors. No charges, no press conferences, just patterns. Someone will link to articles from states I've never been to, highway names I've never driven, a rest stop in Indiana, a truck stop in Pennsylvania, a 24-hour gas station in Ohio. Same time window late. Ugly hours. Same victim profile, mostly women. Alone, traveling between places. And then there are the stories. I saw a guy in a beat-up sedan at a rest area, just sitting with the lights off, staring. There was this car parked way at the edge of the lot. No plates. Guy in a hoodie kept getting out to stretch whenever someone pulled in. I stopped for gas at like 3 and there was this man doing some weird trick with his fingers. Wouldn't leave me alone. Half of them are probably nothing. The other half might be lies. But mixed in with all the noise are the ones that feel too close to my own to be coincidence. A blue sedan parked just outside the camera's field of view. Headlights off when they shouldn't be. Someone describing very pale eyes and a too wide smile in a way that makes my stomach dip. The official stuff is always careful. We are looking into potential connections. We are not ruling out the possibility. Nobody wants to say words like serial or pattern out loud, because once you do, people start seeing him everywhere. I already do. The pattern part is what keeps me up. How many women travel alone at night because they work the shifts nobody else wants? Or because flights are expensive? Or because drive feels more under their control? How many of them pull into those little fluorescent islands along the highway thinking, well, it's lit. There are cameras. What could happen? I used to think the light made it safe. Now I know fluorescent tubes just make the blood color weird on tape. And the keys. This is the part that makes me the angriest. Maybe because it's so stupid and so common. Ask yourself, if you're listening in your kitchen, where would you hide a spare key if you had to? Under the mat, in a fake rock near the steps, taped under a porch rail, under a loose brick between two old shrubs by the front walk. We all think we're clever. We all think. No one else would think to look there. You know who has time and motivation to think about that? People who make a habit of following other people home. He didn't kick our door in. He didn't pry open a window. He didn't pick the lock with some movie-style set of tools. He bent down between my parents' bushes, reached under a brick, and took a plastic bag we'd been trusting for years. Then he let himself in like he belonged there, and I helped him. I left the pattern in place by using it. I think about that every time I walk down my apartment hallway and see the little rows of doormats and potted plants, the decorative rocks, the cute key boxes with welcome on them. Every single one is a risk somebody decided was worth convenience. A couple of weeks ago, on a day that was pretending to be spring, I came home around dusk. The sky was that soft, washed out blue-gray where it's not dark yet, but the streetlights have already flicked on. The hallway in my building smelled faintly like someone's dinner garlic and onions, something frying. My shoes left little damp marks on the ugly blue-gray carpet from leftover puddles outside. I was thinking about nothing important. My brain was on autopilot work, groceries, the laundry I'd been ignoring. Then I saw it, right at the threshold of my apartment door, just inside where the hallway light didn't quite hit as cleanly. There was a tiny white sliver on the carpet, no bigger than my fingernail. If you've ever worked in a medical setting or broken a plate, your brain has categories for shapes like that. My first thought was plastic, like some bit of packaging, but when I crouched down and picked it up between my thumb and forefinger, it didn't feel like plastic. It was hard and chalky. The edges were sharp in some places and worn in others. One side was smooth, curved just slightly. The other side was rough, porous, like something had snapped there and left little cavities where something used to be. Under the yellow hallway light, it was the same off-white as enamel. If you turned it just right, you could convince yourself it was a chip off someone's molar. My hand started shaking. The piece clicked faintly between my fingertips because I couldn't keep them steady. My throat clenched so tight I thought I might choke. I didn't bag it. I didn't photograph it. I didn't call Detective Harper. I went straight to my bathroom, dropped it in the toilet, and flushed. Watched the swirl of water take it under and away. As if you can just do that with bone, wash it out of your life like toothpaste spit afterward. I stood there with my hands braced on the sink, staring at my own face in the mirror. My pupils were too big. My skin looked sallow in the cheap apartment lighting. I splashed water on my face and told myself it was probably tile grout, or chipped drywall, or a piece of some cheap hallway trim, if it was anything else. Then it meant he had been close enough to drop it. The laptop fan kicks up a notch now, hot air streaming out one side. My fingers have been resting on the keys, not moving, long enough that the cursor has started its slow blink on, off, like a heartbeat. On the corner of my screen, a small icon appears. New email. The notification box pops up over the corner of my document, just long enough for my eyes to flick to it. No subject line. The sender address is nothing I recognize, just a string of letters and numbers that could be spam, or a burner, or someone's idea of a joke. There's an attachment icon, a little paperclip. The file name is just my apartment number. No extension visible in the preview. No hint what's inside. For a second, I move the cursor toward it. Habit, reflex, curiosity, whatever part of the brain that still wants answers more than it wants safety. Then I stop. The unread dot next to it glows a soft, accusatory blue in the corner of the screen. It sits there while I type this sentence, and the next one, and the one after that, quiet, small, waiting. It's amazing how much pressure one tiny dot can exert on a person who's already spent too long learning how patterns spread out from a single point. 7.3. The last sound you might hear too. By the time you hear this, I do not know exactly where I'll be. That sounds dramatic, but I do not mean it the way people in movies say it, backed by swelling music. I mean it in the small, literal ways that matter at 3 in the morning. I might still be sitting at this same cheap kitchen table. The laptop will be warm under my hands, heat bleeding into my wrists. The overhead bulb will be buzzing, throwing that hard yellow circle down. And the shadow under the table will still be there, long, black. Swallowing my knees, I might be standing at my peephole, one eye pressed to the glass so long it leaves a ring on my skin, staring out at the empty hallway, listening to the elevator cables hum and pretending each soft mechanical noise is proof there are other people awake in this building. I might be lying in bed, staring at that narrow strip of dark between the edge of the mattress and the floor, thinking about all the spaces in my life I never bothered to look into until it was too late. But I will be somewhere, and you'll be somewhere too. So let's talk about that for a second. You, listening to this in your car, yeah. You. Maybe you are idling at a gas station right now. The canopy lights above you are buzzing so loud you can hear them even through the closed windows. The pumps beep. Someone's receipt printer rattles out a curl of paper across the lot. Your phone is propped up on the dash, screen throwing blue onto your hands. You keep glancing at the rearview mirror, checking the spaces between the pumps even though you know they were empty a second ago. Or maybe you're in your kitchen. You've got earbuds in. Or your phone is face up on the table next to a glass with a little ring of condensation on the wood. Your bare feet are on cool tile. The fridge is humming behind you, cycling on and off in lazy waves. There are crumbs under your chair from the last time you swore you'd sweep and didn't. If you look down right now, the shadow under your table is probably a solid block of dark, edges fuzzy where the light breaks. Or maybe you're already in bed. The house is quiet, the kind of quiet that only exists in the deep middle of the night, when the traffic has dropped to almost nothing, when even the neighbors' TVS have finally gone dark. Your hallway creaks when the temperature changes. Your front door does not always close silently. Sometimes the latch settles a few minutes later with a small, delayed click that you tell yourself is just the house. Wherever you are, here's what I want you to do. Pause this. Or don't. Just stop moving for a second. Listen, not to my voice, not to the narrator. Listen to where you are. Hear the hum around you, the steady, low sounds you've trained yourself to ignore. The fridge, the HVAC, the distant rush of a highway, the wind fingering the cracks in your windows. Listen to the little clicks in your walls, pipes expanding and contracting, baseboards shifting, the random knocks and ticks you've always filed under nothing. Pay attention to any faint sound of metal in your door. Not the obvious crash of someone breaking it down. I mean the subtle, mechanical whisper of a key turning, or almost turning. The brush of pins being bumped inside a lock. Listen for anything shifting under wood. A floorboard giving underweight that is not part of the usual house rhythm. A muffled creak from directly beneath where you're sitting. A sound just soft enough that you could convince yourself you imagined it, if you really wanted to. That's the thing about what happened to me. None of the sounds were loud. They were just wrong. You remember that email notification from earlier? The one with no subject line and the attachment named after my apartment number. I told myself I wouldn't open it until I finished writing this. That lasted maybe 10 minutes. Curiosity is a stupid, dangerous animal. It doesn't listen to fear as much as it ought to. My fingers kept drifting up to the corner of the screen, over the little blue dot, hovering there like they were magnetized. I'd type a sentence about bone fragments and find my cursor floating over my inbox. Eventually, I gave in. I clicked on the notification. The mail window slid to the front. The message itself was almost empty, no greeting, no body text, just a blank space and that one attached file. The sender address was a mess of numbers and letters with a free email provider at the end. Could have been junk. Could have been a scam. Could have been someone's idea of a sick joke. The file name was my apartment number. No more, no less. I double-clicked it. For a second. Nothing happened. Then a simple image viewer window opened, filling the center of the screen. It was a photo. Grainy. Black and white. Or maybe just badly lit. Taken at night. The exposure was uneven, the left side slightly blown out from an overhead light, the right side sinking into shadow. It was my hallway. The walls in the frame were that same anonymous off-white I see every day on my way in and out. The ugly blue-gray carpet ran down the center, on the right side, halfway down. My apartment door stood closed. The peephole glinted like a dull little eye. The angle was low. The photo had been taken from down near the floor, tilted slightly up, like whoever was holding the camera or phone, realistically had been crouching. You know how perspective changes when you get down on your knees, how door frames loom taller, and the bottoms of things start to matter more than the tops. The shot was like that. The frame cut off just above the midpoint of my door. Most of the image was hallway and lower wall and floor. My doormat sat in front of my door, its edges frayed. I recognized the little dark patch where I'd spilled coffee last month and never fully washed it out. In the bottom of the frame, almost out of view, were toes, bare, pale enough that the graininess of the photo didn't completely swallow them. They were just visible, like little crescents at the very edge of the image. You could see the curve of nails. The skin looked dirty, smudged darker at the tips. The toes angled inward, like the feet they were attached to were not standing casually, but splayed out, flat on the carpet. If you know what you're looking at, you can tell when someone is standing, crouching, or lying down. The weight distributes differently. The lines change. Those feet weren't standing. Someone had been lying on the hallway floor, just out of the camera's full view, holding the phone low, pointing it up at my door. For how long? I don't know. I stared at that photo until my eyes burned. My hand drifted toward my phone, toward Harper's number. Then I imagined trying to explain another grainy image, with no timestamp, no EXIF data that meant anything, probably bouncing off some foreign server before it landed in my inbox. I closed the window. I went back to this document, to you. That's all I can do right now, send my piece of the pattern out into the world and hope that if light hits it from enough angles, someone will see what they need to see. So here we are, you sitting wherever you are, me at this table in a too bright little kitchen, shadow under my knees. The laptop fan is louder now, a constant whir in my left ear. The fridge hums behind me, deep and low. Down in the street, a car passes, tires hissing on asphalt, then fades. As I finish this, 3 sounds reach me, small ones. The first is so quiet I almost miss it, a tiny metallic whisper inside my front door. Not the full, decisive turn of a key, more like metal brushing past metal. The soft jostle of pins being nudged in a cylinder, but not quite forced into alignment. The second is a floorboard in the living room, near the table. It gives a little underweight, just enough to complain. A short, reluctant creak, the kind you might hear if someone shifted their balance while trying not to be heard. The third is closer, directly under me, something brittle. Right under where my left knee is pressed into the underside of the table edge, gives way with a faint, dry crackle, like grit being crushed, like a tiny piece of something hard and chalky finally deciding it's had enough pressure. My stomach flips. My skin goes cold, the instinct to look down, to get on my knees and check. Hits so hard my muscles twitch. I don't. I keep my eyes on the screen. I move the cursor to the corner. The send button waits there, simple and blue and stupidly normal. My finger trembles once over the trackpad, then presses down. If you're hearing this now, it means it went through. It means at least one person opened the email, decided it was worth reading out loud, and turned it into sound. It means this thing that crawled under my table and into my life isn't just living in my house and head anymore. So here's how I'm going to end this. Not with advice you won't follow. Not with reassurance I don't believe. Just with something I learned too late. The next time you kneel down to pick something up from under your own table, a dropped fork, a toy, a piece of trash, pay attention to what you're kneeling in. Listen to what crunches under your knees. And before you tell yourself it's nothing, before you make yourself stand up and laugh it off, ask yourself honestly if you're sure there isn't already someone down there, lying very still in the dark, smiling back at you.